All right, hey guys. I gotta work on some things. Hold on. All right, so this is hold on. Everything's working. All right. Uh, oops. All right. Wait. Let me go back here. Wait. Okay. So, we're on the second document now. This is the second document made by Boki. So, we're gonna review it. Let me try to size down my avatar right now. I know I said I was gonna be like streaming like yesterday. Sorry about that. I ended up falling asleep. I was so tired. Wait, whoops. Yeah, again, like this is just gonna be a shitty PNG. Until I can until I can find like a new one. This is just what we're gonna have to work with right now. Welcome back. Alright, so we already went over how there was like supposed racism, I think. There was supposed like transphobia in the server. Something about that. And what else did we go over? Yeah, we just went over a lot of stuff. So I just took a really long nap and I'm so energized right now, so I might be able to go over this in a lot more clear-minded state than last time, because last time I was just commenting on every single thing, that's what I'm supposed to do, but like, you know, it's just, the thing is, I kept on commenting on every little thing because they didn't address. Okay, wait. Okay, let me say this. Let me say something. Right? We're not reading this right now. Let me make a really quick thing to say. When you are going to address something really important and hold on. And you have literally, you have damning allegations against you and your reputation, you should not, ever not be making, first of all, a shitty document where you address the first things that people see. No, actually, hold on now. You shouldn't structure, if you're gonna go over allegations in a shitty document, it's like, mind you, before I even read the document, I gave Snowy the benefit of the doubt. I really did, but no, we're not gonna have that now. If you're going to make a structured document and you're going to structure everything in a certain way, the first thing that you should not do is you should not address the updates after. So let's, and you know, like, and you very vaguely mention the problems and you don't give enough detail. All right, example, right? You have like, let's say for example there was a channel that had the N-word in it. It was just in the title of the name, right? Okay, so let's put on our thinking caps, okay? if you're gonna address that channel's name and everything, and you figure out one of the moderators who did that, and let's say, for example, they're like, they're black, the first thing you should not be doing. Actually, let me give 2 examples, right? So let's say the moderator is black, right? The first allegation of racism that is going to be portrayed in because of the situation, you should not be saying, yeah, we had a channel where there was the N-word and people had concerns over it, and then after that you're going to excuse yourself and then defend it and then structuring that. Especially if you're going to give the moderator a little slap on the wrist. That's not how, like, you should not be doing that. The first thing people want you to address, if you're going to address me as serious as that, is explain what happened. Explain what happened. Give the update. Like, literally say, oh yeah, we had a channel where there was the N-word title in it. And again, this is just a hypothetical, scenario, right? But you say that, and then but don't say, like, again, don't say it's a hypothetical scenario. I'm trying to say, like, the title, the N-word in the channel name is the hypothetical scenario, right? Okay. So in a hypothetical scenario, if you're going to address a racist allegation where people are throwing at you, and you're going to say and you're going to address it, the first thing that you should be addressing it as properly while structuring it is say, hey, yeah, so this is what happened. We demoted the we updated the channel, and then we demoted the mod, and then you give an apology. Or it can even be that, or right? I'm pretty sure if you want to get the reader's attention first, you should probably, like, make a statement where it's structured, where you're basically addressing it in the section, and then, right, in the paragraph section, you should literally just first structure it off as, like, if you want to get the reader's attention, structure it off as, like, apologizing for it instead of just saying, yeah, this happened. And then after that, say you updated it and that you demoted the mod. I'm pretty sure the first thing that you should be doing if you're gonna address allegations such as racism and transphobia, you should literally the first thing you should be doing is gain the reader's attention. This is a basic common sense. This is something they teach us in middle school. Come on, y'all. This is something they teach us in middle school. This is common sense. And it should be the same way around, even if the white moderator named it, right? But if a white moderator named it, you should definitely go with the second option where you address the reader's attention. But if the channel was titled by a black moderator, you should just say that it was a black moderator, show evidence of doing so, show that the moderator is actually black in the screenshot, and let that be it. Say, hey, this moderator was reckless. They can reclaim it. We're sorry for any harm that may have caused anyone's way won't happen again. We've demoted this mod, blah 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 blah. Vice versa, if it was a white mod. Like that's well, except for the they can do that. Except for the oh yeah, well they can do that because like that's a race. Like no. I know it sounds like I'm just rambling, but trust me, it makes a whole lot of sense if you actually look at it. I'm probably not making the best sense right now. I'm sorry about that. But if you get me, you get me. If you don't get it, then you don't get it. That's just what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to see if I'm still live though, so I might sense if you actually look. All right, hold on. Be right back. Be right back. Okay, my fault. Hi guys, I'm back. I'm back. Alright. So yeah, I might just been rambling there, my fault. But like I'm not really the best with examples when it comes to like, you know, I'm not the best with examples sometimes, but I'm just saying that's like the best way to address such allegations, you know what I mean? So, alright, so table of continents. Opening statement, what we know and what we did wrong. Okay. Banning / muting people of color members. Yeah, hold on. Prohibiting members making jokes with their own race. Okay. Community posts getting hidden. The N-word being an Autobot. Using the mods being POC as a way to excuse racism. The MPEG section being longer than the racism section in the first document. Twitter posts asking for evidence. Closing document. Yeah, this is all definitely copy and pasted. Because, okay, if you know what you did wrong, why would you like, if you know what you did was wrong and you knew the first document was complete ass, first of all, why would you make another document that's 7 pages long? What is the point? What is the actual point? That's what I'm not getting at. What is the actual point? And it's not even made by the same person. So how can we know that this document is like more truthful? That this one can be more reliable? Also, like, this is so I'm just okay. Are they like addressing? Gosh. After investigation. All right, so they do talk about like the first problems, but at this point, what is the point of addressing all of this? Just shut it down. There's no coming back from this. You're cooked. You're cooked. There's no point. There's really no point. What is the point of making all of this, right? Taking the time, going over everything, when it's complete shit. By the way, I'll link the first document and link in the second document in the description if I'm able to. Yeah, I'll link them in the description. Hold on, let me do it real quick actually. Because in this part 1 and 2 discussing document here. Oops. Second document. Alright, I think yeah. Alright. Alright. I just updated it, I think. Oops. I'm scared to see. Okay. Whatever. If I didn't, then I didn't. I'll look at it after. I think I pressed save though. Alright. Let's just read this, I guess. Wait, actually hold on. I gotta see if the thing is still hopefully I managed to put it there. Good night. Yeah, I think it's better if I make the first part, like, unlisted, just because that would make a lot more sense. Is it saying I'm live? Why isn't it showing I'm live? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just making sure, because last time I was streaming, for some reason, the live stream wasn't showing I was live, and it stopped for like 17 minutes, which is weird. I'm just being cautious. Alright. Opening statement. Over the course of June, many allegations of racism have been made towards the Yumetown Discord server. After a very thorough investigation into these allegations and much reflection on how we handled said allegations, this document is to serve as both an apology and a transparent explanation of everything. Okay, so my question is, why wouldn't you just have made your response document after? Why not just make it like, it shouldn't have taken you 2 months, first of all, to do this, right? But I'm saying, why not wait at least an extra week to discuss everything? Why not make that very known and clear in your first response? Does that make sense? I just, like, why wouldn't you have just made this the week after the allegations had first started erupting? Why couldn't you have just made this after? Why not just discuss with your whole team about this beforehand? Why not get an outsider view to explain, to go over it? You know what I mean? Because you're making a document to address the people's concerns. So ask the people. Ask the people. Ask the people what they think. Ask the people what you think they think that you should do. Ask the people. That is your concern. That should be your concern. That should be your top one. Your top one concern. There's no need to make a 2-month late document apologizing. That is so not necessary. It really isn't. Okay. This document was written by Snowy, the owner of both the Twitter community and server. It's also written from my point of view. If you have any inquiries on this document, please direct them to me. Okay, so then why didn't Snowy post this? Why did you have to get another person to post this? Because now before I even read that paragraph, I thought this was made by Boki. See, you can't have other people handle this shit for you. You are the owner, and you should be taking accountability for these problems. You should be taking accountability for these problems. You shouldn't have another person posting it for you. Do you not realize how unprofessional that is? It seems like you're not taking these problems as serious firsthand. Because now not only is Yume Twitter itself toxic, but the whole community is. And if you're gonna have another person take in this response to post it, you're having the whole community on their ass. You're having the whole community up on their ass, bro. You're basically getting that person harassed. No matter what your intention is, you're getting them harassed. You're putting them at actual risk of getting attacked, which is what people have been doing to you. So why do you feel the need to push your responsibilities onto someone else? This is a you problem, not anyone else's. This is your problem. What the fuck? I just don't see the point in having someone else post this document for you when you could have done it your damn self. And I've also seen in someone's replies, they've been going to people, replying to them about the situation, like, just kind of making, like, this, like, response thing. Let me see. Let me find it. Hold on. I'm on the post right now. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Hold on. You have another person posting this for you. That's so weird. Like, again, that just goes to show that they don't really care about taking responsibility for their actions. Especially if you're, and that also just shows that they're trying to deflect from their actions. You should not be having you should not be having another person post your own problems for you, handling this shit, like, by themselves. This is your responsibility to take. Yeah, it only took 2 months, going on to 3. Well, finally. Okay, we're gonna talk about MPEG fetishes, the trans experience. Okay. Okay, buddy. Are you guys really doing this shit again? Just let it go and move on at this point. What you did was unforgivable and odd. Exactly. Even if other people think so. Bro, this again, just pack it up already. Yeah, not making anything better for yourself with this. Get a new mods and new owner. At this point, y'all suck. Exactly. Let me see. See, you have another person posting this. And this was... Let me read this. I'm forwarding this message made by Snowy. If you can't read the text that's in red, I also included alt text so it's more legible to read. I'm seeing people mention how long it took to write this doc, and I like to address those concerns. Is it really necessary? 2 fucking months, dude. 3, like, basically, like, technically 3 at this point. Basically 3. Basically 3 at this point. I first want to clarify, this document only took 1 month to write, not 2 or 3. That's worse. That's even worse. That's even worse because it took you an extra month to release it. Are you kidding me? It took you an extra month to release it. That's embarrassing. It took you an extra month to release this shit. It should not be taking you a full fucking month to write 7 fucking pages of growing concerns. That's insane. That is insane. That is absurd, dude. I started this document in late June. It was published by July 28th. That's insane. That should not be happening. That it should not be taking you a full fucking month to be doing this shit. Even so, and it also just kind of shows how sloppy this is, because it... Let me see this, right? Like I said, it shows how incoherent it is. This whole document is. It shows how the owner lacks to take a responsibility. And like I said, like I mentioned in my previous stream, or not my old stream, but my previous stream, the owner, Snowy, has been so neglectful of these problems occurring within their server And by them admitting that it only took a 1 month to make 7 fucking pages, only goes to show how right I am. It only goes to show how right I am, and how more that makes sense. It only goes to show, bro. It only goes to fucking show. You are neglectful. You don't care about the issues happening in your server. You don't give a fuck about anyone. You don't care. You do not care about minorities. You don't care. You really don't. I acknowledge that. I carried out several investigations that were complex and need to be handled with care. No. Actually, I looked at the posts, and every post had been the same ones that there was no other new posts. There were other posts that you already addressed in your document. I haven't seen any other new posts other than people posting in your community. And old drama that you already discussed. There's no new ones to be addressed other than your shitty response in your document, in the first one, and in this one. There's nothing to handle with care. You're just neglectful. I'm sorry, someone had to say it. You're just neglectful. And there were a lot of back and forth discussions between many people. I was also having several personal issues during the past month that made it very challenging to do such investigations and write the document. But wasn't necessary. But if you were done with it, why couldn't you just have released it after you were done? Right after. It shouldn't have taken you an extra month. Basically 2 extra months to release this. If you were finally done with it, even if it did take you 1 month to do it, right? I wouldn't even be shitting on you. I would be giving you the benefit of the doubt, but two other whole new fucking months? No, dude. No, that's not just you should have published it when you were done, when you were ready. I see where the concerns come from, and I apologize deeply for the lateness of this document. Even if you were dealing with something personal such as that, just like if you were dealing with personal stuff, why do you think it's okay to wait 2 extra months to post it when you already acknowledge it took you 1 month to post it? It shouldn't have been taking you 3 extra months to post this, bro. Oh my gosh. This logic is like actually making me so mad. Hold on. Like, I'm crying. Why does nobody give a fuck? Sorry. Alright. I'm trying so hard, dude. I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard to like read this with an open mind, man. Already, like the thing is though, I already like I saw this. I hopped on stream, and already I have so much criticism to give you for. It's insane. Also, hold on. Why should wait? Also, I just realized. Why should you be writing about your point of view when you're addressing banning people of color members, prohibiting members to make jokes about their own race, hiding community posts, what else? And more other like racist shit. Why do you think, as a non-black person, it's completely acceptable for you to write about your own perspective on this matter, on these matters? I'm going full woke here. I don't give a fuck. This is not it's not your place to be speaking up for black people. You have absolutely no right to be giving your perspective on something that you were already being criticized for. It's necessary to write about your own point of view. We just want you to address this shit and move the fuck on. Step down. We don't, like, why do you think this is necessary at all? What the fuck? This document was also proofread by around 17 members of the community before its publication. Oh, okay, so you couldn't have done that on the first document. You had to make a second document that took you 3 months to publish. Okay. You couldn't have done this sooner in the first document? Are you shitting me? Oh my gosh. TSP-MEO. We prioritize reaching out to people of color members who have criticized us. We've applied any and all feedback received by our proofreaders into the document. Furthermore, I'm more than open to receiving any criticism on this document. If something wasn't addressed or something is incorrect, I strongly encourage you to reach out. I might be able to reach out after this. I might just, at this fucking point, when this shit's done, I might as well just send Snowy, like, my live stream. I might as well. I might as fucking well. I might as well. Furthermore, yeah, okay. Alright. I strongly encourage you to reach out. You also notice that another mod is posting this. The harassment being targeted towards me has threatened the safety of my family and I. So the mod team decided it'd be best to have someone else post this. Oh, okay, my fault. I didn't see that. But why not, wait, but, okay, if that was the case, then why shouldn't you have addressed this right after, right after this paragraph? Again, if you're going to address something that's serious as that, why shouldn't this been the first thing that you addressed? If you're going to acknowledge that this was written by you. And what is the actual point of writing a document and saying that, oh, it's because you're being harassed, but then you're going to have someone else post it. But then you're going to also say that that you wrote this. There's no point. You're going to be harassed either fucking way. What is this logic here? Put a fork in a toaster, you'll get electrocuted. I don't understand. You're going to get harassed either way by literally writing this in itself. I'll be private my account, but my DMs will remain open, and I'll respond to individual inquirers there. Well, the account is not private, and it is in fact open. And I don't see the point in allowing people. Hold on. This is such brain dead logic. Hold on. I can't handle this lame brain. If you are going to say that you cannot publish a document, but you're going to assist people to text you saying your DMs are open, and by writing this document, you are opening the door for harassment. You should have had the people of color write this document for you. You really should have just at that point. You really should have. or at least like another moderator do this for you. You are literally opening the door for harassment. I think you're just like lazy. You don't want to post this because you're scared the backlash of how it'll face towards you. There was no again, you are opening the door already for harassment by quite literally already. Bro. Having your DMs open saying, yeah, text me, I'll like blah blah blah, reach out to me. Because how do you know if every single DM that's being received towards you is in good faith? How do you know that? Especially if you're just saying that you got, like, you're having threats towards you. Again, by quite literally already posting this, you are opening a door for harassment. That's like nobody's fault but your own. Nobody's fault but your own. Recklessness, I say. Fucking reckless. Banning / meeting people of colors, members. Colors, wait, what? People of colors members. People of color members. This is a claim that originated from the server itself, so everything in this section will be talking exclusively about that. After much investigation, I conclude that we have not ever banned such media members for being people of color or bringing up issues about racism. Even then, though, I'm assuming, right, since this is like a server with around thousands of members, right, wouldn't there be a channel where you can, like, have, like, or not a channel, but, like, maybe, like, a server where there's a channel where you can, like, do, like, where you can fill out, like, ban applications, like, get yourself unbanned or something. You know what I mean? Like, the Total Drama Discord server has that, and they have thousands of members. So if you think you were wrongfully banned, I think, wouldn't a member who is person of color, let's say, fill out the application from there and say, hey, yeah, I was banned for being a person of color. If you don't have it on your server, like, I don't understand the logic there then. Also, even then, you cannot determine and dictate, you cannot dictate every moderator's, intentions. You cannot. You really cannot. People of color can be racist to other people of color. It's not only just being racist to black people kind of thing. Literally anybody, any person of color, anyone can be racist or discriminatory. Literally anyone can be racist. Wait, whoops, my fault. Hold on. I'm checking something real quick. Sorry, I'm just really pissed right now because I don't understand this logic of hold on. All right. You guys saw how my OBS was like structured out. You would understand how like it's really easy to misclick some things. I gotta fix it, but okay. Yeah, like I said though, you are not in control, nor can you dictate every moderator's intentions behind why they banned someone. You really cannot. And I don't understand the logic of, oh yeah, well, we have people of color moderators. people of color can still be racist to other people of color. Both Hispanic people and Latino people can be racist towards black people. Like that's possible. Vice versa. A black person can be racist to a Hispanic or a Latino person. Like, I don't understand this. I really don't understand this. I don't understand this logic. Like, sorry, I can just like visually, I'm sorry, I'm like Afro-Latina. So it's like seeing a black person be racist towards a Latino person and a Latino person being racist to a black person is just like, it feels like being the middle child of like your parents being divorced and you're just like stuck there. You don't know which side to take. Like and you're both though. You're both mixed. You're a mix of both. Sorry. I can't. Like, whatever. Whatever. OMOD logs show that everyone who was mutant / mutant since the server's opening has been made for reasons that have zero relation to their race, or was the ban's initiated for speaking about racism. But the question is, though, of course, a racist person would very obviously not ban someone because of their race. A racist person would very much clearly not ban someone because of their race. I mean, wait, no. No, they would. But, like, hold on. They wouldn't put it down as a reasoning, though. Obviously, they fucking wouldn't. They would look for something to take them off. Like I said in a previous stream, people can literally exaggerate it. Again, I don't understand this logic. Quite literally anybody. Any racist person who wants to ban a black person can literally just say, oh yeah, well they did this. They did this and, you know, that's bad, so instead of doing the necessary precautions of muting them or timing them out, we're just gonna ban them. And we're gonna exaggerate the response. That's literally how people are. You don't understand about how racists work. You don't know any, especially since you are not like a black person. So like you're not gonna understand this. Or if you have been like through racism before, like then you're gonna understand it. But it's a very common tactic for a lot of white people to do, and non-black people, primarily white people though, to be honest, to do that to a black person, because black people are and whether you like it or not, black people are like primarily the most targeted group of minorities to be like hated on. Like people are just so racist to black people. They're one of like the very top ethnicities or race. I don't know. I'm not cultured, but I mean I am. Hey, I'm new gen. But you get what I'm saying, though. You get what I'm saying. They're just in the top 3 for most for. Okay, if racists had like whatchamacallit, a tally for, and it was like a vote for what kind of race they hate, I'm pretty sure black people would be like the number 1 picked. They would be like the most hated by a racist person. That's what I'm trying to say, though. So, you know, and I'm allowed to say that, especially as someone, and I'm allowed to say that, especially as, since they're talking about the moderators, since half of them were like Hispanic and the others were like Latino, I'm allowed to say that that's very much possible. Because I am Afro-Latina. I'm literally Afro-Latina. So, I'm cultured. But I'm not very well educated. In topics of like history. I know some history, but I'm not educated in all of it just because there was just so much racist history. Does that make sense? Okay, we're on the same page here. Good. All right. Yeah, again, you don't understand you don't understand how racist people work. You don't understand them at all. You really don't. Oh my gosh, we're on the second page. Kill me. Ugh. We found that there's a concern going around that the majority of the members who we banned are people of color, which led to skepticism. Which has led to skepticism. But the mod team and I don't know the races of anyone who we banned. A very large majority of our bans were due to members who having a history of harassment, having public FOs, having an FO that's a real person. All bans, including the aforementioned and any others, who have been made with the reason, so I can confirm that we never banned / muted people of color members for no reason. Yeah. See, like, but the thing is though, right? And I'm not gonna like shit on them for this because it's really stupid to be like, I guess like getting mad at someone for not knowing like what ethnicity you are, what race you are, what culture you are. You can't ever really blame someone for not knowing that. So if you do that, that's not really fair, But what I'm trying to say is that like you never really know is the thing, right? You could have added at least like some like race roles or something. That way it would make a lot more sense, but that's probably a really stupid idea considering how racist Twitter is towards primarily black people. So I think maybe adding that would just probably lead to more harassment. But I'm just saying that's a way how you would know someone's race. That's how you would know. This is a point in which we can't really provide evidence for either. In the first document, we should our reasons for why we ban social media to every person since the server's opening. But understandably, that doesn't suffice on its own. However, if someone has an idea on what evidence we could provide, we'll consider it. Hold on, I do have an idea. Why not just ask the moderators who banned those people individually? Ask them like give them a list of people who they banned and ask them if this was like a if this was banned because of that person's race and or ethnicity. Like it's just as simple as that. Just ask, just show them a list and it'd be like, hey, was this did you ever have any intentions of like banning this individual for their race? What about number 2, number 3, number 4, like so on and so forth. Like, and then obviously there's other moderators who ban other people, so go to them with that and with like the members who they banned and muted, and like you can like I don't know, maybe it's a lot of work, but at the same time, that's how you can also kind of like, I guess, like prove it, because it's like this is kind of just like a one man kind of like this is like a one man explanation thing that's going on. But if we have like evidence of the moderators saying so, then I guess that is kind of how you might be able to prove against like the racist theory. But again, you never really know someone's intentions. Like even if they did know the race of that person, you don't really know. And also you can probably, if there is a moderator who might be like abusing their power, you can also be looking at that moderator and looking at their history of like moderation. It's like because racist people, they pick on people that they don't like. They pick on black people who they know that they want to like, you know what I mean? They pick on black people. They target black people the most, especially. They target black people the most, especially. So it would make a lot more sense if this was like, if you just asked the moderator, if you just like looked at like certain moderators who might have been like a bit too pushy, like with a certain member, or like muting them and kicking them way more than they should have. I just think that makes the most sense. Even then, isn't there like an introductions channel where some people might feel comfortable saying that like what ethnicity or race they are? Wouldn't that be it? And you can even look at that person's introduction and you can see that maybe they said that they're black or something. I don't know how many moderators they have there. I don't know what their channels look like, but that's like basic. That's basic common sense. If you do have like a server, you should always have an introductions channel so that people can get to know each other better. Especially with like a server with like over 1K members. Over 1K members. I don't know how many members they have exactly. Probably still 1K. I think a lot of people left. But just to be safe. We do have an allegation where this allegation may have originated from. On June 16th. Damn, a day before Juneteenth? Crazy. A member was banned from the Discord server. At the same time, they were raising concerns about how the N-word was put into the automod if none of the mods were black. However, upon thorough investigation, I discovered the reason of the ban was due to a report from a member made against them. This report was sent 9 minutes before the member's concern about the N-word was sent. Looking back in the mod channels, I found a message from the mod explaining that they were going to ban the member because of the report. Can you show evidence? Can you show evidence? Can you show screenshots? Can you show texts? We cannot just take your word for this, especially if this is something going on in your own server. We need evidence. Come on now. This ban, however, was not approved by any mod before being issued, nor did the reasons call for a ban. Okay. So, yeah, that proves my point exactly. Like I said before, racist people like to target black people. They like to target people. They like to pick on them. They like to do whatever they can, however long they want, because they abuse their power. It's the same thing with police officers. It's the same thing with, like, any government level authorization. This isn't, you know, government level, but any, higher ups with authority. You know what I mean? Anyone that can abuse their power. Anyone that knows what they have. That they know they can take advantage. So, this, like, you know, racist people let's do things without like any precautions, without any, like, you know. So I don't know, I think that's just common sense. I fear I think that makes a lot of sense. The mod was reprimanded. They sent an apology to the member and reopened a discussion about their concerns regarding the N-word. Again, no evidence of this. You could at least ask them. Again, you could at least ask the moderator what their intention was and why they did that. I don't understand why you didn't do that. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you reach out to the moderator asking why they banned that person? Without checking in with the moderators, with the other moderators. Come on, Snowy. Come on, you're better than this. Come on now. Come on, what the fuck? Prohibiting members making jokes about their own races. Oh my gosh. There was another case where the claim was muting / banning people of color members may have originated from. In this case, itself deserves its own section. For a little while the server's opening, we initially didn't allow members to make jokes about their own race. Our reasoning for this was because Yumetown was a large public server, and such jokes confuse / offend others and lead to misunderstandings. However, we later revisited this rule during the final days of the server and decided to allow these jokes to be made. Which is stupid. You can have people take advantage of the system. We don't know if the picture that they sent for proof is actually theirs. You don't know anything about these people. Why in hell would you ever assume it's safe to reopen this rule? Why would you ever think that it's ever necessary at all? Why? Literally, why? 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 Why do you think this is necessary to do? People can lie about anything. At least have them provide evidence that it's actually them first. Even if you are going to allow these jokes. Again, as a black person, I personally think that if you're going to have a strictly no slur kind of like server, you should at least like stick with that. You can have like a black person make jokes about their own race, but then you're gonna have like a white person look at that and be like, oh, well, this person is making jokes about black people. Maybe I should make jokes about that because the server allows it. And then that causes a cycle of like racism confusion. I don't think you understand how you're quite literally contributing and allowing racism to happen. You are contributing to racism in your own server. You are contributing to racism in your own server. I'll say it again. I'll say it 3 times, bro. You are contributing racism to your server, Snowy. That is you. That's what you are doing. You are allowing racism to happen in your own server. On June 14th, an Arab member was wrongfully banned after making a joke to their friend saying, I hate, I'm not reading that. Ahmad gave a verbal warning to the member, asking them to stop. The member didn't see that warning. 5 minutes after that warning, the mods online decided to ban that member. Are you serious? Are you actually serious? Are you dead ass? You're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. This isn't real. I'm in a fever dream. I'm in a fever dream. Shut up. Like, actually, shut up. Oh my gosh. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this so much. I really do. I hate this. Like, actually. Oh my gosh. What do I even say to this? Okay, so if you are going to if you're going to allow people to make jokes about their own races, and you're going to be okay with this rule, you should have race roles. Have race roles. What are you doing? Wake up, Snowy. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. Have race roles. Have race roles. What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? Have roles that determine people to see their race, that moderators don't get confused. Understand. Like, I am... You could technically consider me to be, like, Arabic-ish. But that's very, like, not very well known. And there's very limited information to it that I'm, even so to this day, I'm looking into. So even though I might be able to say that, I'm not gonna read that out loud. I'm not reading that part out loud. Because it's not determinedly known. But so did the member keep on going after the moderators gave that decision? Like, we need more like information here. What else happened? That's what I'm not understanding. What else happened? Hold on. Let me see if this is still live. I'm just checking, refreshing a bit. Okay, it's still live. Good. 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 Nobody heard that burp, right? Okay, good. I got back as kid. I'm like, if you guys saw how I'm sitting right now, you would be so shocked. I'm like laying on a white carpet. Oh, it's so fluffy. Hold on. I got my soda here. My little soda pop. All that I can think of. Every drop I drink of. And my soda pop. My little soda pop. Pull me down so high. Run me up, I won't stop. With my soda pop. My little soda pop. By the way, I might be able to go live in a while. To talk about like, other drama. I'll try to keep it like at least like an hour, just because there's so much to talk about. But it's just drama. I just wanna talk about it. Not get myself involved, but no, it's just like really, it's like really like. Honestly, that's not a promise or anything. So I had an idea to go over it, but I never really got the chance to. It sucks. But, yeah. I'll just read this real quick. Alright. Alright, I'm comfortable now. Alright. This was entirely unfair and wrong, and shouldn't have happened. I was offline at the time this was occurring, but immediately asked for them to be unbanned once coming back, as well as giving a warning to all mods involved. While members making jokes with their own race can be misunderstood, such misunderstandings can be easily fixed by communication. I want people of color members to be able to express themselves freely. People of color members make jokes like these because they're affected racism in their own lives, and we shouldn't have to police them. This is something I didn't consider, and to make that rule in the first place was genuinely ignorant of me. Oh, you're white. Okay. So, wait, I thought I saw Snowy say that they were Japanese at some point. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I saw them say that they're Japanese at some point. They're Japanese. Okay, so that changes everything. What the helly golly? What? What the golly? Like, come on, man. What the flim flam burger, bro? Come on. As a white person, I do not have the right to decide what people of color members can and can't joke about. And to do an excuse on the educated act, I am deeply sorry for this. But like the thing is though, I don't, as a black person, I'm literally saying don't do that. Do not have like people of color in your server making jokes, like racist jokes about themselves, because that does contribute to like other members being racist. And that can start a lot of drama. That can create a lot of drama. People can ask if they're black or something. Like if a black person makes a racist joke towards like another black person or something. And if someone asks them that, like people, you don't understand who people are though. People can get really offended by that. And that can cause like a whole other thing. So just like, I don't think you guys understand how bad, like, the Yume community is. Yume. Like, it's that bad. It really is. I'm just saying, don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't allow stuff like that to happen, because that does contribute to actual, like, drama. Especially if someone's gonna get hurt. Like, you, like, they did say that they had, like, other people mention this, so other people of color, like, kind of go over this with them, too, as well. So, I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. But, you know, like, it's just... don't have, like, inexperienced mods who don't have inexperience and sorry, I was drinking like ugh. Okay, lock in. Hold on. My back it really hurts. Okay, hold on. Okay. As a white person, I do not have the right to decide what people of color members can and can't joke about, and to do so was an inexcusable and uneducated act. I am deeply sorry for this. I want to clarify that while we eventually unbanned these type of jokes, we didn't have a discussion about unbanning about unbanning racist/homophobic slurs. It was a discussion I meant to bring up, but the mod team and I were incredibly busy with other server-related issues. I thought I'd find a time later, but the server was closed shortly after that. And who closed the fucking server? I wonder whose fault that is. Fuck off, dude. Just fuck off. Like, there's like, are you for serious, man? Are you for serious? You are the one who closed your own server. You are the member who closed it. You're the one who agreed to that. You literally made the announcement to close it. That was you. That was you. That was you. You did that. You did that. You did that, dude. You did that. How are you gonna ban homophobic jokes, but then unban racist jokes? That's what I'm not getting at. What am I not understanding here? Am I missing something? Genuinely. The problem with this, though, is that at the time I did not grasp how important this discussion would be to have, and didn't give it the priority it absolutely needed. But it was oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are you for serious? I'm gonna get, like, a brain aneurysm. Like, actually. Oh my gosh. Someone actually help me, please. Oh my gosh. Like, this is pissing me off so fucking badly. How can one be this stupid? I'm sorry. Like, how? How? Oh my gosh. This is logic. This logic, bro. This logic. This logic. This logic, bro. My head. Oh my gosh. Okay. First of all, the banning slash muting people of color, and the section about members not being able to joke about their own race was the first thing you should have was the first thing you were being criticized for. And now you're telling me you couldn't find the time, the patience to at fucking least take it up with the moderators, with your mods that you hired, your inexperienced mods that you chose to stay there and fuck up. You gave moderators who fucked up and ruined the reputation of your own server a second chance. And now you're telling me you couldn't have brought up racist issues to them? Are you actually serious? My head is pulsing. I'm seeing red. I'm going crazy. I hate this. I hate Sorry. The first thing you're criticized for was racist allegations. You had racist allegations. You thought it would be necessary for you to... Oh my gosh. Okay. This was another ignorant act for me, and for that I am deeply sorry again. With the server now permanently closed, it is too late to modify this rule. But I do know that jokes about one's own race and using slurs that one can reclaim will always be allowed to continue in the Twitter community. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But if it's permanently closed, why not delete the server? You still have people with pending applications to join in. You just said it was closed. You didn't say it was permanently closed. So delete the fucking server. The server should not be up there. It really should not. It should not be staying up there. Delete it. Delete it. There's no point of having it permanently closed. With that being said, many other people of color members that we spoke to have expressed that racial jokes should remain banned in the server. Exactly, yes! You get me? Explain that these jokes can lead to severe misunderstandings and should be kept to close friend groups. Yes! Rather than a public server. Exactly, that's what I'm fucking saying. That is what I'm saying. Keep it to close friends. It'll raise conflict in a public server. This creates a difficult understanding of what to do. What do you mean? You're ignoring black voices. You're ignoring voices. What do you mean that's difficult for you to do? Listen to voices, bro. Just delete the rule in the first place. How come you're acknowledging to keep the rules intact, but you're refusing to listen to other members who are quite literally telling you to get rid of the rules. What does that mean? Just don't have the rules instated in the first place. Don't. What is so hard of that? What the fuck? You are neglectful. You do not care about voices. You don't care about minorities. You don't care about what they have to say and do. You don't care. You don't care. You do not care. You don't. Because many other people of color members have also expressed the complete opposite. My team and I are going to do what the best course the action should be. What I do not is acknowledge both opinions and both speaking up with people of color members of the community and hear their thoughts on this. But why are you saying the other people of color are saying that you should make jokes like this? How come you're only acknowledging those, but not the other one? Your apologies for keeping the rules intact in the first place. You're not acknowledging the other side. They're saying, no, keep it down, keep it down. You're not acknowledging that side. You're not acknowledging that side the same way you're acknowledging the other side. So what the fuck are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? You don't care about black voices, bro. You don't care about voices at all. You don't care. You're ignorant. You don't care. Of course, the mod team isn't sure what to do because guess what? Guess fucking what? You aren't black. You aren't black. Have a black moderator at least decide what to do, especially if you're gonna keep the rule up. If you're gonna keep the server up, if you're gonna keep the community up, if you're gonna keep Yumetown up, I will say again, if you're gonna keep all that shit up, then have black people on your team, bro. Have black people on your team. Because if you're saying that there's other people of color on your moderation team, how come they're not speaking up? How come they're not saying, oh yeah, well, okay, well, we should allow this? Huh? Right. Exactly, bro. You're not acknowledging either side, dude. You just say you don't care. You don't care. You really don't. If you did care about black people voices, you would have deleted it already. You would have deleted the community. Not only on Discord, but on Twitter as well. You would have deleted it. You would have given up your ownership. Obviously, no black person would volunteer to be a moderator in that fucking server. Because who would want to? Like, I know damn well I wouldn't want to be. People can be so racist. They can be so racist, and that's what's scary. Just delete the fucking server if you can't hire a black person to be a moderator. Just delete it. Delete the community. Delete it. Delete everything related to Yumetown. Just do it. I don't understand. And while on top of the members making jokes about their own race, there's a similar instance that occurred on June 17th. Okay, so Juneteenth. That has circulated quite a bit on Twitter. A member sent a message about Africa with several emojis. Oh yeah, I saw that screenshot. And this led to Mr. say that the message was racist and stereotypicalizing African people. But upon investigation, we found that the person who sent that message was North African themselves and was making a joke about their own race. So no action was taken against this member. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That was a. I didn't even know they were black. That's the thing too. I didn't know they were black. If I was in that server or anyone else, they like their eyes would have been fried. This is why race rules are so important if you're going to allow a rule like this. That's why race roles are so important. Why hasn't this been crossing your mind? What makes you keep on wanting to keep it up? Just at least make another community then. Make another community where it's not just make another community. Get new mods. Community posts getting hidden. On June 17th, 6 posts were hidden that were talking about Yumetown server. 2 of which show concerns about racism. All under the rule, do not post any drama or discourse. All 6 posts were hidden by the same mod who was already demoted prior to this discovery. Ooh. Yeah. So I'm assuming, is that the same moderator who... I'm wondering, right? Was that the same moderator who banned that other person? Was that the same moderator who was demoted for banning uh for banning uh a person of color for their concern about the N-word being in the automod? Because if it is, and they hid those posts within the community about don't post drama or discourse, then they're definitely racist. For sure. That's kind of crazy. Why would you do it on Juneteenth, though? Why would you do that on Juneteenth? It is standard practice that all mods must seek approval from the team before doing any mod action. But this mod did not ever ask before hiding these posts. Furthermore, the mod team decided it's not hiding any posts talking about the server, and this mod appeared to be in that conversation, but either hit the posts anyways or didn't unhide them. Twitter doesn't notify me when a mod does any action. Thus, I didn't discover this until July 9th. Damn. And I manually checked mod logs. My lateness to finding out was horrid, and I should have discovered this much sooner. For that, I am deeply sorry. The thing is, though, if you should be checking this like pretty much every day, right? First of all. Second of all, if you have to keep on constantly like going like if you have to keep on constantly like missing out on events like something similar to this, and that you should like you cannot handle the stress. You should not be like the server owner because it's causing you so much stress. You really shouldn't. Like, because then, you know, when something happens, it's going to fall into your hands. You're going to be taking responsibility for it. All posts were unhidden and an apology was issued to all users involved. Again, no screenshot. I'll be making an effort to check mod blocks more frequently in the future. I plan to make it a habit to check at least once a day. It was genuinely and truly horrible that this happened because it shouldn't have. I am so sorry again to those involved, as well as to all members of the community. The N-word being an Autobot. There was a point addressed in the first talk. To summarize, members had concerns after finding out the N-word was put into Dino's Autobot system, despite there being no black mods on the team. In that section, I wrote that the mod who put the slur in did not manually type it, but instead copy and paste the slur from the list. That's equivalent to saying the N-word, by the way. It doesn't matter if it's copy and pasted or it was typed out. They still typed the N-word and they still sent it. You should not have to say, oh yeah, don't put the N-word in this and that. No. You should not be having to type out the full N-word. We know what you mean by the N-word. We all know what that means. It's basic common sense. We were taught about what the N-word was in kindergarten. Bro. Actually, no, not kindergarten. Sorry. First or second grade, bro. We know this. Come on now. Also, hold on. At the time, I was under the impression that as long as the mod didn't type out the slur themselves, then copy and pasting it would have been okay. I now realize that's so far bypassing, and I overstepped what I am able to determine as a white person. Yeah, buddy, you are not allowed to determine what isn't okay, and that mod should be demoted. Effective immediately. That mod should have been a fucking banned and demoted on the spot. Please tell me. I'm deeply sorry for my ignorance and inexcusable lack of education matter. I should have been far more careful and approaching that matter, but I wasn't. The opinions on this matter continue to be mixed. I currently don't know what to think. I encourage black people to voice their opinions. I generally want to listen and decide where to go from there. Yeah. Okay, so can you demote the fucking mod, though? Can you demote the mod? The racist mod? Can you do that? Can you demote the racist mod? I will have no problem reaching out to Snowy personally and calling them. I will have no, and streaming it. I will have no point. I will have no hesitation. I will not hesitate. Genuinely. I encourage people to voice their opinions. I genuinely want to listen and decide where to go from there. So, okay, so you demote the other mod. But you don't demote the mod who was still being racist. It seems as if you still think that that decision was necessary. It shows that you still think that that action that was taken was reasonable and okay. You still think that even though they didn't manually type it out and that they copy and pasted it, it would have been fine. Currently, obviously, if you still have them as a mod, you obviously still think it's okay. Using the mods being people of color as a way to excuse racism. A paragraph from the first document has received concerns for the sentence. Many of the staff are people of color, including those of Asian and Hispanic/Latino descent. Located in a section addressing the allegation that we've banned such mute people of color. People. I hate this. So, first of all, I've seen a lot of concerns of the fact that you you said that Hispanic and Latino was the same thing. People raised concerns about that. I saw that in the document. There was no way you couldn't have seen notifications because I saw you. We saw your replies. We said that you were manually replying to people talking about Yumetown. You definitely saw those replies in your first document. Don't fucking lie. This is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. This is rage. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Hold on. Yeah. This is rigid bullshit. This is rigid bullshit. It's completely rigid. But I hate how they're not talking about this. How they don't correct themselves about this sentence. I don't like that. A former mod wrote that section of the document, including that sentence, so I reached out to them so they can explain what their intentions were behind that. They sent this message to me in response. Hold on, so you're gonna reach out to that person, that moderator, but you're not gonna reach out to the other moderator who hid those posts talking about racism or ban that person who brought up the N-word in the Autobot? Out of all people, you reach out to the mod who wrote one fucking section. You didn't, and hold on, you're telling me, right? You didn't write the document entirely. So why would you lie? Why would you have everyone be under the impression that you wrote that document entirely? What was the point in lying? What was the point in lying? Genuinely, what was the point? Fuck. Gosh. This is pissing me off so badly. I'm ready to scream, bro. I'm ready to scream. It's like 1 a.m. in the morning right now. It's just reaching out to that person was so unnecessary. It was so unnecessary. You didn't, like, we don't care about that. We don't care about that. We're not, that's not even the biggest, like, criticism and or concern about in that document. The biggest thing that was a concern in that document was everything that you wrote. It was everything that you wrote about, what was it? It was, how you didn't address any of this in your first document. And also, how you wrote all of this, yet you didn't delete the server. That is my biggest red flag about all of this. You didn't do shit about it. Because you don't care. You don't care. Just admit it, you don't care. You don't care. You really don't. My back hurts so badly. They sent me this message in response. I completely understand how writing that paragraph came across as wrong. That was to address the rumors that the entire staff was white. So why didn't you write that out, though? Why didn't you start off with that? Why didn't you start off with the sentence with being like, oh, a lot of people think that the entire staff is white. Some of them are actually people of color. Nobody would have had a problem with that. Nobody would have had a problem with that. Like, again, this is not the biggest concern. This is not one of the biggest concerns that was necessary for you to have reached out. The biggest concern in your document was you making excuses for every little thing. Was you making up excuses about the racism, you excusing and defending your moderation team, who you chose not to ban after several racist interactions with other members, including the other one. You chose not to ban them. You chose not to ban the moderator who typed out the action. It doesn't matter if they copy and paste it, they still typed it out, who typed out the N-word. You chose not to ban them. You gave them a slap on the wrist, but you banned the other ones. That was no quick hesitation for you. You didn't ban the other ones. That's fucking weird. That's weird. That is so weird. That is very, 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 very weird. Like, if you had just started off with yeah, people think, like, that the entire staff team was white. No, some of them are actually people of color. No, we would have a problem with that. And while I do agree that being a person of color does not excuse racism, it was to clarify that the majority of the moderation team didn't truly have the intentions of banning people of color. When the majority of staff are deeply tied to their culture background and are against discrimination of minorities. Okay. But that's a really stupid claim to say, because it's oh my gosh, it is literal common sense to be against discrimination of minorities. That's common sense. That is quite literally common sense. Quite frankly, that's just logic that everyone is grown up with. We've had adults tell us that is what you should not be doing. You should not, like, people literally teach you, even in school, teachers teach you teachers teach you about racism and and history, and you learn from those you learn from that historic event, and it touches your heart, and it makes you over time learn sympathy for other minorities, other people, for other races. That is how that's like basic psychology. Because you know about what people went through. So why would you like, that's just how people are grown up with. Obviously, not everyone's like that. Not everyone's grown up like that. But I'm just saying that's how it is for a lot of people. That's how I was grown up as. Learning something and being like sympathetic teaches you not to be racist. It literally teaches you not to be racist. You are being told that racism isn't okay because, oh, look at what racism did to their people. Like, I don't know. I thought this was common sense. Come on now. Being I'm just saying, being against discrimination is the most basic thing to do. Like, that's literally every normal person. Hold on, you're back. You're back. But yeah, you get what I mean. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry if it sounds like I have to sneeze every time I talk. I feel bubbles in my nose, so it's hard for me to breathe a lot. And I think I need like
Oh yeah, you smoke
surgery
weed.
to
Oh,
get it.
wait, hold on.
Oops. Oops, my fault. I didn't realize. I probably didn't have the best wording when I said like, you know, it makes you grow sympathy over time for other minorities. I think I was talking more about like in a white person's like perspective, because I understand that like for probably a lot of white people, um it might be a lot more common for maybe their families to be like racist, and it's gonna be hard for them. I'm not saying for all white people, right? But I'm just saying for most, um, they're they're taught like to not they're like for some it's they're taught to be like discriminatory. You know what I mean? But then they learn that that's bad. I don't know, that's how it is for some people. Whether you want to accept it or not, that's how it is for a lot of people. So but yeah, I mean like even then though, right? You learn about history and you learn how racism fucked up a lot of things. Like racism is probably like the core the core the sheer core thing that the government wants to pursue. Because it's I don't know, it's beginning to get more and more fucked up. I'm sorry, I know I'm getting off topic, but like, you know, eventually America, it's gonna go down to shit. It's gonna go down to shit. It's it's eventually going to like eventually the government is just going to bomb pretty much every country that isn't white. Like, and unfortunately that's how it is. And over time I feel like racism is going to be taught a lot less in schools. So I think if we can all collectively agree that racism is bad, we can teach the future generation on how racism is bad and how it does hurt a lot of people, because nowadays racism is so like normalized. It's terrifying. We have the power to inform the younger generation how that's bad. But the higher ups won't let us because the government wants money. They just want money. Money, money, money. And then more wars and then more genocides. It's just so fucking like stupid. It's stupid. It's like it's messed up though. But like they want more money from to defend the country, to quote unquote defend, unquote, the country from wars that they caused, wars that they started. So, I don't know. I'm making a great point here. Let me see. Let me read this. The MPreg section being longer than the racism section. This should not be, like, a fucking section in the first place. This is just so stupid. Like, you fucked up, bro. Just admit it. You fucked up. Hey, yeah, like, sorry that, it was a lot longer than the racism section. We didn't know what else to say. Firstly, the racism section was actually not longer than the MPreg section. In actuality, there was 3 sections addressing racism. Titled Racism and Staff Diversity, Restriction of Slurs, and Banning/Muting members who are people of color. Combined, these 3 sections were much longer than the length of than the MPreg section. Okay, fair. That's fair. However, because the first section had racism in title, it led to the misconception that it was only that was the only section addressing it, when it actually wasn't. I feel like if we're gonna have 3 different sections addressing racism, you should at least, like, make the document a lot more structured and readable. Like, at least, like, have the sections in, like, numbers so that we know that whichever section is, like, more, is more, because, like, that way we know that, like, you weren't trying to make a certain section more, or that you weren't trying to make a certain section less longer than the actual section. That makes sense. Okay, good. That section in particular was to give a general statement of the mod's team stance on racism, and to acknowledge that our staff could use a lot more racial diversity. The other aforementioned sections were meant to address allegations that directly tied into racism. With better formatting, this misconception could have been avoided. Exactly. And I deeply apologize for the oversight. We should have formatted it all into 3 sections to fit under the same type of racism, but we didn't. As someone who's supposed to catch these flaws and fix them, I again apologize for not doing so. Furthermore, the reason why we addressed MPreg in the first place was because members spoke to us about how MPreg ties to transgender. And by banning MPreg, we unintentionally pushed the idea that MPreg is entirely sexual/wrong, when there's genuinely nothing wrong with it. I'm aware that this topic looked quite out of place in the same doc where you were addressing racism, so I wanted to reiterate that. Sorry, I'm still bothered how I'm still really bothered by how they addressed the making jokes about your own race was a rule that they thought was okay, and they apologized for that, but then you have, like, other people of color saying, no, like, keep that rule up because it's gonna cause a lot of, like, drama, which did cause drama, by the way. It did. They literally named it. They, like, somebody said so. And they didn't apologize or acknowledge that as well. And they had to make a separate, like, paragraph addressing that. I'm really bothered by that. I really don't like how that was addressed. I really don't. I really don't. Because you apologize for keeping that up, but then you're going to address the other side. And then you're going to say, oh, yeah, well, we don't know what to do, you know. We're just going to keep it up. We're going to keep it banned. It's just like, can you at least like have the staff look at the profiles of the members if you are going to allow those jokes in the community? Are your mods going to do that? I doubt so. I heavily doubt so. Okay, we're on the fifth thing. Alright. We're on the fifth page. We're almost done. That's crazy. The first document and the problems it had. This is linked to the first document. We already read this in part 1. After much reflection, I realized that the first doc was highly flawed. Many of the flaws were already talked about in the above sections, but I wanted to make a separate section to acknowledge them. By the way, the part 1 is linked in the description. The way we approached all 3 sections pertaining to not topics of racism was done poorly. It's as though we spoke about just the problems, not all the roots of it. Many things were poorly worded, poorly formatted, and led to misinterpretation that could have been so easily avoided. What we provided wasn't enough. The mods and I trusted our own fresh memories of everything. I didn't do more of a double fact check instead of doing a full-fledged investigation as we should have. Because of that, we didn't discuss everything that needs to be addressed. What did you think was going to happen, though? What did you think was going to happen? Of course, people are going to misinterpret it. You have a very big community. You have a very big fan base. People are always going to hold you accountable for something that you could have easily just reworded if you had done enough investigation. No, you wanted to sit on your ass all day and be lazy. You just want to address everything, get out of the way. Because you don't really care. You don't. You really don't. Pardon me, then. While a vast majority of the first document was written by a former mod, I was still the one working closely to them and approving of everything being written. And I should have caught these flaws before it was published, before it got published. I didn't though, and I deeply apologize for my severe oversight. So you had a white moderator talk about black issues, and you approved of this. Interesting. Yeah, you really cared. You really cared, huh? You really cared. It's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it tastes so good. I didn't, then I deeply apologize for my severe oversights. Hold on. Twitter post asking for evidence and what went wrong with that. On June 24th, after much discussion between the mods and I, we decided the best course of action would be to make a post asking members to share evidence for any instances of racism they know of. This decision was made after our own investigations, and we couldn't find anything aside from what's already been addressed. This was the last resort. The post contained the following text. Yeah, I think we saw this. Let me try to find the tweet after this. If you have any information if you have any information on the racism that occurred on the Yumetown server, please comment below. We ask that you provide evidence as well. To be completely honest, mods and I haven't seen any racist exchanges being made in the server, nor any racist acts from the mod team. Even after we dug through countless messages and posts, we can't find anything. We can't find anything on our own despite our best efforts to do so. So as last resort, we're returning to the members. I want to understand what is happening and to have discussions with members, so please send any reports or questions you might have. And I respond to each of them. I genuinely want to get to the bottom of this. I really do. I genuinely want to get to the bottom of this. I really do. Racism is not at all something we take lightly. Even if we aren't aware of the aforementioned, that doesn't mean it's impossible. As you can see, this post is incredibly tone deaf and insensitive, and come up as very dismissive. I am extremely sorry. Also, I want to mention, I just realized I was gonna comment on this earlier, but notice how this and this notice how that and only that and this are the only closest responses towards evidence that we have. They don't show any evidence of the quote unquote part where they said they discussed. Wait, they don't show any like evidence of where they already addressed that. They don't show evidence of any like responses that other moderators that they personally claim already responded. They don't show any evidence of that, but they show evidence of another moderator, of what another moderator is saying, instead of other information that they should have also showed responses of. Why would you copy and paste that other one from your response and not like why wouldn't you show the response from the other instances where you said that a moderator wrote an apology, a moderator was discussing with the person of color who spoke up about the racism, about the N-word being an automod. Why didn't you show any responses towards that? How come it was only the post where you asked for members to show evidence and the moderator who said people of color, who said the staff can be people of color, or who said the staff are people of color? How come it's only that and not the others? Because it really feels like you're hiding something, Snowy. It really feels like you're hiding something. That's very sketchy. Very, very, very sketchy. How can I trust you with this? Okay, well, I mean, like, whatever. Not whatever, sorry. It's not whatever. Just, like, I don't understand this logic, though. Okay, let's finish reading this. Of course, when you simply search the word Yumetown, you'll find endless posts talking about racism. By saying that we haven't found any racist acts from the members or mods, it sounded wrong as though we saw those posts and chose to ignore them. The reality is that we addressed what those posts were saying in the first document and remained open to evidence that proves those posts. But that's not how it came off at all. Furthermore, the first document did not address everything that should have been addressed, making it all the more worse. Okay. What I should have done was show the claims that we've seen, explain what we know about each of them, and say we still remain open to receiving evidence proving those claims. But I didn't do that, and the thought of doing that somehow didn't cross my mind. The dismissive nature of this post understandably hurt many people, and I am the one responsible for causing that hurt. The post was genuinely a stupid idea altogether that executed horribly. My wrongdoings were committed after the first document as well, so you could think I know better by that point, but I didn't. I'm deeply sorry for my ignorant post. Let me find the document real quick. I mean, not the document, my fault, the other post. Alright, I'm looking for it now. Hold on. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay. How long was I AFK for? It couldn't have been for that long. Hold on. It was like 20 minutes or so. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just making sure. Um, it's kind of crazy though. All right, I'm going to do something. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is okay. So hold on. Let me try to on. This is the post that Sari was talking about. Yeah, okay, you guys can see. Yeah, so we saw this, but a lot of people were saying like delete the server. There's no racism in Yumetown. How the fuck did bitches not see a single racist thing when I saw a post about server when I saw a post about the server and all I saw was racist bullshit? Am I going insane or something? Crazy how even Snowy didn't address that. What is this shit? Oh brother. This apology is killing me. Right, that was not necessary at all. As a black Yume, I can't help but feel incredibly disappointed for you and the very damaged control you have tried to done to save Yumetown's reputation. This message feels very tone deaf and insensitive even. Ooh. Very 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 popular post. Alright, let me see this. I don't get how they apologize for racism if they didn't see me. Also, the racism was literally done by most mods. People were joking about their own race, and they were muted or banned when it was brought up to sort of change. They're choosing to ignore it. Exactly. Truth Nuke, y'all will have your 100 non-sharing discourse of the week and brush the racism up in this community under the rug when people are trying to bring it up. They just need to let the whole server go at this point. Don't know what's with the community. I'm focusing on shit that generally doesn't matter. Wait, my fault. I read that wrong. Don't know what's with this community and focusing on shit that doesn't matter. Unfortunately, racism and misogyny are those two topics you and Twitter will avoid like the plague because they genuinely can't. They genuinely don't care about treating others like shit. Amen. Because like I've seen crazy trans misogyny, racism, bigotry, and I have seen and have had people and have had some towards me, but every give fuck. Don't tag about unionship on 10 or trigger doubles, or don't use Raiko Genshikoi if you made a fictional character. I don't care. Right. I remember seeing a post calling about how obvious it is that people prefer white Yuma ships. And some guys were like, oh, what? That's crazy. Only my FO is so blue. Yet they lucked the fuck in about tenor gifts. Being a person of color Yuma shipper in this community is not for the weak at all. Or trans. Crazy. They apologized for erasing the document, then turned around and said they never actually found racism. I mean, the entire apology they gave, which was as anyway, was completely empty and just there to shut people up. Exactly. It devastates me how this community is problematic when Yuma shipping is about loving a character. Why must some people turn everything into a competition, hate, and racism? Like, I'm sorry that you admitted not that most, if not all, the mod team was white, and you expect to find racism they did? What? Like, I'm sorry, you admitted that most, if not all, mod team was white, and you expect them to find racism. So it's I'm trying so hard to read this. They said the complete opposite. They said that the mod team actually has a few people of color, but they said that because a lot of people assumed that that's what that was, that, you know, all the mod team was like white. Yeah, this handled situation is not it. I left Yumetown long ago after the mods started being power hungry lunatics. Glad to know I made the right call. Oh. My closeted Yume, who has been looking for a while, I honestly hate a lot of the time community for things like harassing doubles, racism, and the whole lesbians men shit. I feel like a lot of these replies are just like private replies. If you left, you go to double hell. Stop! What is this? Double hell or double hell? I'm going to hell. What the hell? I'll meet you there, bro. Yumetown. Crazy. Literally just this. Double face. Bye. The worst part is that this image didn't load, so I was so hopeful, and then there were no racist marks that we can see. Like, people haven't spoken about their own experiences with racism in the server, in the Twitter community. Let me try seeing if I can find any of those. Any like people talking about their racism experience. I mean, talking about their experience with racism in the server. Come with me. I'm gonna go to hell. What the hell? What the fuck? I mean, down I go. Me right now. Tolerance change from eternity. Oh, I love this. They're still laughing. Wild. Yumetown drama has been going on for weeks. Exactly. Fucking server. This is crazy. This is like... Sleep the server already. If you left, you go to hell. I hate you people. The KK can be in her face and she'll screenshot a note tab saying that shit. Wild. Wait, what are... I can't find it, whatever. You guys see no evidence of racism, but you're so obsessed with keeping up that gentle people pleaser, that front, that you apologize for absolutely nothing. Sometimes I feel like you and Twitter communities try so hard to be perfect, they overdo and make themselves look dumb like this. Feel bad for this Yumetown mod who does all the damage control every time some bullshit happens on the server, because I have literally never seen any other mod post what they're trying to do to fix problems, except this person, so they receive the blunt and everything. Yes, that's their job. Like, I only ever see this person post about the problems in the server, and they're really young, so I think the rest of the mods need to shut the fuck up. Hello? Why is a 17-year-old doing all your damage control? They feel so bad for them. They're literally the only person dealing with everything, and it's just really sad. There should be, like, at least one other person helping them, so it looks like all the other mods have let them to dry. I'm pretty sure they're the owner, which is why, but yeah. They're ex-inf, and honestly, lots of shit happened. They have no reasonable way of stopping. But, like, since they created these spaces, it always falls to deal with it. It's sad, not gonna lie. It makes me so sad. Snowy's a super close friend of mine. It's just upsetting to see. So, what this Wiffle person said, that is evident. Because they've ignored problems before in the, community. Sorry. Like I mentioned before in part 1, that I don't feel like re-explaining again. I don't know why Yumetown is still going. Just delete the fucking server. Holy shit, you brain dead idiot. Just shut down this Yumetown thing at this point. Trying to gather Yume shippers into any community is bound to go badly. Exactly. Y'all need to stop humoring this shit and acting as if the people currently harassing the mods are acting in good faith, because it's been very clear that they aren't. Non-black people don't see microaggressive behavior as racism. This is why you can't find anything. Exactly. When my jaw apologized for racism, y'all couldn't see shit. Either y'all just made an empty apology and lied to save face, or y'all are like, no. Okay. Well, this is their current profile now, but that is crazy. Yeah, so that was a few posts that we've read, regarding that post that Snowy made to, for the racism thing. Of course, so we gotta find, like, more posts talking about racism and the Yumetown thing, but when I find any, I'll show you guys some. Yeah, someone said that, hold on. Yeah, okay, we've already read this, but yeah, someone said that non-black people can't find, they don't know, like, microaggressiveness, which is why the owner and the other mods couldn't find anything. Closing statement. As owner, someone who is supposed to lead both the mod team and the owners of the community, I feel my position. The poor handling of these allegations hurt members over and over again. I'm the one who approved and decided everything, so it's my accountability. And I take that accountability to the greatest extent. I am sorry for everything, I truly am. The Discord server should have opened when it did. The mods and I should have done more training, discussions about how we'll operate, accurately anticipate the size of the server and what we need to do to accommodate that number, and so much more. It is my responsibility to ensure that all of that is done, and I stupidly thought what we had was enough and opened the server as it was. I'd like to formally announce here that the server is remain closed permanently. No matter how many months we would we would spend revamping the server with the care it needs, the damage and hurt cannot be fixed, and to reopen the server after everything would be pure ignorance. I can vow that I can vow that we would never repeat what happened. But that's not enough. I want to respect everyone's wishes. And aside from permanently closing the server, there will also be other things we'll do to change and improve both the community and ourselves. Firstly, I will be rewriting the rulebook for the team, my team. The rulebook will be much more clear and everything. It ensures that the mistakes mod team made in the server will not ever repeat itself in the community. More stricter punishments will be given if a mod breaks a rule, depending on the severity and the number of offenses made. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. My fault. My fault. Anyway, um, why not just ban? What the fuck? Yo, little bro, can you tell me your phone number so I can get the Roblox voice chat, little bro? Hell no. What the fuck? No, bro. What the fuck? This is hilarious. Who are you? Hold on. Bro, who is this? Who is this? What the fuck? What the hell? Okay. Anyway, I already have voice chat in Roblox, and I don't even think I don't think it's possible to even have the same phone number in the same account. You're getting your friend to what? Okay, I'm gonna just ban this person. Um, they're back, guys. Hold on, chat. Wait, though, what do you mean you're getting your friend, though? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Anyway, what was it? What was I saying? But yeah, why not just ban a moderator for being racist? Why does it have to be like I don't get it. That's crazy. What is happening? What is happening in the chat right now? Um, but yeah, why not just ban? I'm confused. So you're gonna ban the other moderators for like, not ban, but like like give, like, take away their mod. You're gonna take away their mod, but you're not gonna take away the mod perms of the person who typed out the N-word and for the Autobot thing, for the blacklist. That makes zero sense at all. That literally makes zero sense. And I don't like how they didn't address that either, and I really don't like how they're not addressing it now. Like, they should have banned that moderator on the spot. Not banned, but, revoke their mod. Take away their mod. Their perms. We also still want to have a more diverse mod team, and we'll be opening mod apps with this goal in mind. Yeah, they already said this in the ending of their first document. Many mods leaving their positions with many mods leaving their positions, our diversity as a mod team at the moment crucially needs improvement. I'm sorry to everyone. What happened wasn't okay, and I have full awareness of the damage I've caused. I'll never forget what happened. I'm going to grow and change and become someone who never even come close to repeating what happened again. I'm going to become a better owner. I'm going to become a better and trustworthy leader for the community's mod team and system with recovering from the damage I've caused. What I aim for, what I strive for, is change, and there will be change. My ignorance and stupidity will not ever be repeated. I'll improve these words with my actions. Once again, I am deeply and utterly sorry for everything to everyone. This is crazy. Let me see the quotes on the other thing. Let me see what they're saying, because that is crazy. Scene 4. All right. I need to know what everyone else is saying. Okay, but can we talk about the MPreg fetishes, the trans experience? Literally, like, do they know that no one means like that? I really want to know who that was. What? Yeah, like, honestly, I don't think male pregnancy should be seen as fetishizing. It's just a man getting pregnant, and that's normal. MPreg does not do all that with the booty cheeks. Crazy. It's like, girl, bro, it's over. This shit's so ass. Yeah, not making anything better for yourself with this. The quotes. Ain't no way. I thought y'all forgot. Just get new mods. Yeah, I think we read this. Let me see what the quotes are saying, though. I'm actually so curious. Ooh, okay. Hold on. The doc addressed what was going on Twitter, too. No, it didn't. It was exclusively about what the server... It was exclusively about the server after close. Oh my fucking goodness. Why did it take 2 months for this poor apology? Are we being for real right now? I love this. 2 or 3 months, it still can't make a lick of sense. What the fuck is this? 2 months for an apology to be finally released. MPreg doesn't mean transgender. How many times does we go through this? Oh, I just realized! There are profile pictures from that one game. Yo, W. Connor, the fuck are you doing? How y'all already got 2 documents regarding racism in the servers? 2 months after it finally happened. Google Docy, stop! People of color members. No, people of color people of color. Stop. Oh, I saw that. That was so... Right. At least say member of color. That would make a lot more sense. But what the fuck is people of color people? How long has it been since everyone forgot? People of color, people of color members. Okay, sure, yeah, whatever. 2 months for a nothing burger apology. What the mods thought they were doing while writing this document. Took out 2 months for this. And what do you mean, people of color members? Please just leave the server. Are we still doing this? Watching quotes cook in the hell. This is so funny. Again, I can't. Maybe the third time will be charmed. Stop. Real. It's so real. Okay. Booty Liquor 985 says, Yumetown mods try not to be a weirdo piece of shit challenge go. Exactly. Sabao. If you laugh, you go to hell. Oh, okay. I'm sure everyone forgot about it and remember this, but let's read it anyway. This is... Dang. Oh. Okay, let me find more stuff to look at. What is happening in the chat right now? Okay. I'm just gonna ban this person. Hide user. On my chat. Yeah. Hey, so can we not talk about how we did me? I'm a minor. I'm a minor. Well, I'm looking for more stuff to find. But that document was ass, bro. It was pure butt cheeks. So we read everyone's responses. So let me close this. I'm gonna try and look for some, like... Actually not... No, wait, yeah. Bleh. Oh, no, we saw that. Okay, hold on. We have Yumi Twitter. We have Yumi Twitter. What about Yumetown? I think the only time I actually talk about Yumi Twitter will be in a video. But we're talking about Yumetown. Wait, okay, I found some... Yeah, okay, I found some replies talking about it. Ooh. Oh, I found a post. I found a post. I found a post. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I see like thousands of people saying it's racist. I can kind of understand the claim of there not being evidence because I see a lot of posts calling Snowy in particular a racist, but there's like no evidence. How long has this been on for? 3 hours? Damn. That was like last live. I was trying to make this like a shorter live. But I really want to I want to go over everything before moving on because I have a lot to talk about. I'm still trying to find more like posts talking about how racist Yumetown is, so it's gonna take a while. What is this? Oh, okay. What is? Oh, okay. Hold on. I really want to talk more about like how wait. Yeah. What racist in Yumetown? Oh, that's crazy. I can't show that on stream. That's crazy. I can't show that. I can't show that. No, hold on. Let me just show this instead. Okay. Also, I kind of want to go over like why Snowy is just posting apologies under replies because that is very strange. This live streamer is kids bad though. What? I'm gonna just remove that message. I don't know what that means. If you're here for like drama, please leave. We're not condoning like harassment or anything. We're just going over a really stupid document. That's all. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. I'm looking at their posts now. Hold on. They're basically just replying to a bunch of people. Wait, hold on. So they're replying to people. Wait, hold on. Oh, they're basically just kind of replying to people to the posts that they hidden. Hold on, let me try to make this a lot more like easier to read. Hello, this post has been unhidden. The mod who hid your post was not permitted to hide it, nor did they ask beforehand, which violates two standard rules that the mod team is expected to follow. I wasn't notified of their actions, so I only discovered this by manually checking the mod logs today. I'm deeply sorry for the severe lateness in unhiding your post. This is something I absolutely should have noticed much sooner. I'll be making efforts to prevent my horrible oversight from happening again. Do know that the mod who hid your post has been demoted. I apologize that this happened in the first place. Your post did not violate any rule, and this should have never happened. You're not the only one who experienced this either. 5 other users had their posts hidden, and this apology has been issued to them as well. Basically, copied and pasted. So I'm assuming maybe that was like more in like DMs, because I haven't seen this. This is the first apology I've seen. My Twitter server. Why is that? I think it's like mainly referred to as the Yume Twitter server. Yume Twitter server because it's like the most popular server on Twitter, which is on Yume Twitter. That explains a lot. Let me find more stuff though, because I think I have a keyword to search. Oh, also, I think after this, I might talk about like the Yume Twitter burn book. I think that's kind of crazy. Oh, I found it! Yay! Okay. Yeah, I might just go over like, hold on. Discord server for Yume Twitter. That shit was not going to last more than a week. Exactly. Oh! Oh! I see this! I see a post! I found 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 a post! Oh, I found a post! I found a post! I found a post! I found a post! Yo, I found a post, chat. Okay. Lots of things I've seen happen in Yumetown Discord in light of recent argument. Soulbound chat got deleted because someone came in and started asking questions. White people yelling at people of color not to make jokes about race. Discourse over people's FOs being ugly and writing about it. I got reported for making people uncomfortable by saying deadass because apparently my tone is too mean. Half the people getting banned being people of color, including Oomph, who said the server was looking at me racist for having an unremoved filter despite having no black mods and got perma banned. Someone reporting someone's account for joking about being underage despite the fact that there's several steps of verification to prove you're over 15 in the server. Deadass? That's okay. What? Okay, system course. Arguing about whether or not endosystems are actual systems. Hold on. Someone offing themselves in general. Immediately changing topics and trying to joke about FOs and... I'm not reading that loud. When the topic got serious at all. Discourse about bi lesbians and someone saying non-men is a racist term. Oh my gosh. I remember people keep on... I'm not gonna get on that debate. All I'm gonna say is that I think it's stupid as a black person. I think saying that you think that saying non-men is like a racist term is inherently transphobic because there's other terms. There's like no other term for example, like a non-binary person to use other than non-men if they want to identify as lesbian. I think saying that non-men is a racist term. So I've seen like primarily like I've actually seen people say that non-men is a racist term, and a lot of it was coming from white people, and a lot of them was saying like how something about like I don't know, it was like something like dehumanize like black lesbians, I think. But that wouldn't make any sense because in that logic, wouldn't that be a slur? Wouldn't that be able to be reclaimed by black people, by a black lesbian? Just like with the D slur? And I can say the D slur, but I'm not gonna risk saying the D slur on live. But like, wouldn't that be it? No? Would that not be it? You guys, so you can say D slur all you want, but a black person can't say non-men? Or what if there was a non-binary black lesbian? What then? Can they not say non-men? Can they not use that term? I don't know. I just feel like saying non-men is a racist term is just very transphobic. Within the logic of that like argument, I think it's a really stupid argument. People say non-men because non-binary people and other people who aren't men can identify as trans. No, can identify as lesbian, sorry. I mean, they can identify as trans if they want. My fault. I got that mixed up. I'm saying non-binary people and other people who aren't men can identify as being lesbian if they want to. And men, like, I think if they identify as cis, and they harass lesbians by joking about being a lesbian, when they actually fully identify as a man, then I do think that's like strange and bad. Cause like trans women can be a lesbian. Obviously they can. Obviously. But people when someone says that like men can't be lesbians, the first thought that people have in mind are like, oh, then you mean trans women. And it's just like by that point you have to be really careful with your wording because people can just be like, I don't know. They can like try to imply that you were being transphobic, even if that's not what you said. But that's what I mean though. Um, but yeah, non-man is not a racist term. Saying that it is, in that logic, it would also be transphobic because you're excluding a term that non-binary lesbians should be able to use. And even then, I don't think it's okay for like non-black people to speak up for white people. Or no, sorry. I don't think it's okay for non-black people to speak up for black people. You don't get to determine what is and isn't racist, and you don't get to determine someone's identity and what they can and can't identify as. Also, bi lesbians aren't valid. Just getting that out there. The rap comment, yeah, we saw that. We saw that. Mod changing the topic and trying to move on when it was about lesboys and butches. It's so weird. Okay. Butches aren't the same thing as a lesboy. It's not. And that's such a weird comparison anyway. Monitoring people's profile pictures and names, transphobia, comparing racism to ugly fictional others is crazy. Someone comparing not having blue skin tones and pig root to a lack of dark skin slash people of color tones. Not being able to talk about weed slash alcohol despite the server being 15 plus. Not on Discord, but wow, TikTok people are posting about it. Honestly, I think maybe I'm just woke, right? But I think it's very easy for teenagers to get into, drug use. And I think even like maybe the mention of that can really like cause someone to relapse. And it can cause a lot of significant problems because they're thinking about that now because now they want it. But I mean, so not on Discord, but wow, TikTok people posting about it. Why is Yumetown Discord server genuinely so stupid? Like every screenshot I see about that shit of a server is either a member on some sensitive BS about a joke, casual transphobia, or some other BS. I'll give it days before it crashes out. Dang. I'm trying to think. My back is killing me. Y'all are just overgiving reaction pics. So what does the background have to do with anything with the title? Reactions got taken away because people were reacting with the MPEG emoji to messages and people said it was sexualizing babies. Someone got jumped for talking about slinky. There's shit that's crazy. Age regression age regressing drama. I got muted for saying topping like cookie run toppings. Arguing over racism again, plus the server is threads only now. Deadass? Oh! Let me read this. Oh, I didn't know that. I saw someone post a screen recording of the Yumetown Discord server going down live. And it hit a lot of the channels. So there's like very limited channels. Me too, bro, me too. No, as a lot of people on here have mob mentality. They see one person talk about it and they all jump on it. A few mods have considered quitting due to their mental health. In a ticket, we can respond quicker and we can respond more easily. And we can deal with the matter without extra drama. The more tickets, the more we can do about it. The more talk in general about it, the more muting. You should talk on Gen 2 or Gen 3, any channel besides General, you need level 10. That's why people are asking, actually. Okay, but do y'all actually know the cause? I don't like this person. They piss me off. They'll get offended in everything except racism and transphobia. It's so sensitive. They complain about doubles and whine about ugly FOs, but the minute serious topics come up, they run. Guys, let's talk about our FOs instead and change topics. What do they call it drama? Like, no, it's not drama to complain about bigotry, guys. Let's use our heads. Did you guys see the announcement? I'm crying. Oomph, hey. I needed this. Is it glad I'm not in the server? Fascinating. Thank you for the intel. Thanks for update. I'm not there. I just kind of realized not a lot of these problems in this thread was not all of them were addressed in a document. What is Snowy covering up? What is Snowy covering up? Why aren't they talking about this? Why isn't that being addressed? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Why isn't that one being addressed? Like, okay. Let me find more. Should I try looking for some TikTok posts about it? Maybe that'll help. Oops. Oh wait, also let me show something. I also want to talk about this. I skipped over. When I was reading this, I just skipped over the word to be respectful. Like this word. Just to be respectful, because even though I can reclaim it, I'm not trying to get banned. At all. I just replaced the word to be respectful. To be respectful. I'm pretty sure replacing a word with something that is a slur is generally the most like respectful thing is generally the most respectful thing to do. So I just wanted to clarify that. I had a icky feeling that someone might have taken that the wrong way. Alright, I'm gonna look for some like posts talking about Yumetown. Um, I found this when this came up. What is this? Yumetown could kill a person of color, and you guys would ask what kind of food you and your people are. Yo, this had me mad as fuck earlier. You muted Yumetown for 10 minutes, trying to bypass I'm fighting, trying to start this. Let me try to find more like let me try to find more like more. Let me try to find more, cause I might be able to find. So far, I'm basically just seeing posts promoting
New red. But I love a cane and taro. My
I can't find any so far.
Poison's our legacy.
You shippers who are non-sharing. Get so much hate.
Yeah, I can't find any. That's so weird. Okay, I guess it's like a Twitter only thing then. I found like only one post on TikTok right talking about it. What's this? Oh, I found another post talking about Yumetown. I've also seen some people kind of talk about like how people how Yumetown how they're glad that Yumetown didn't exist back in 2021. And I heavily agree. Because people would have been so much more worse than they are now. And I think that's really important to address because it's just so like it's just shitty. Oops. All mods are non-sharing. Basically, it's essential, only welcoming to white people with conventionally attractive anime FOs. It's a huge Discord server. Of course, it's gonna be. Let me see. Okay. I'm commuting this. Follow me if you like Yuri, Project Self Carry, or Persona. I definitely think big UA servers can work, but the moderation is so piss poor, making it so nobody can swear instead of moderating insults is bullying is such terrible moderating. Yeah, I can agree here. I feel like the big server could maybe work out. There's definitely not enough people moderating the chat, and it's clear they would rather sub automat that can ward people for the dumbest things ever rather than just actually keep the server nice, non-toxic. Seems slightly silly, but at the moment the bot can be warning for calling a husband a bitch affectionately. 50 plus, you're not even allowed to swear. I love this gif. I love this gif. You're not allowed to swear, bye. No, right? There's a little Piriton? But I do hope to God it's just a bug the mods forgot to put out. I know it wasn't really gonna go out, but I had hopes. Not to mention, there's already friend groups in there, so if you're not one, you're doomed. I think this is how most servers tend to be, sadly. If you're not part of the tight friend group with the mods, you just get ignored. I also just get super nervous in huge servers. Me too. Big servers scare too many people. Yeah, I knew it was gonna crash and burn, so I didn't bother joining. Big UA servers like that don't ever really last long. I think it's always best to make a small server with friends, you know? It was never a good idea, to be honest. Thank God I never joined because it's a bad idea to make a server, especially when it's gonna be huge, 100% full of non-sharers, and will most likely have the same FO UMA. I heard that someone got banned for a stupid reason. Yeah, UMA servers are not a good idea unless it's already run for your friend group. But how can anyone think it's a good idea in the first place? It was obviously main team of Twitter. You're forced to interact with doubles since the most toxic community of all time. I knew I'd end up wrong from the start. I'm not Yumi myself, but I'm pretty sure Yumi shipping server is already a terrible concept, especially it's a large community, especially due to doubles and shit. I want to add on too, especially because of racism and how normalized it is. Oh, okay. I want to add, I don't really care that I was banned. It's a double standards and the fact that there are much worse characters being Yumi in that server that the mods aren't banning people over. But outside of that, it was impossible to talk anyway because 200 trillion people were talking at once too. I got banned from that server because my FO was too problematic, which, okay, but my friend who has a problematic FO got told they're allowed to be in the server as long as they condemn their actions because he's from the 1800s. Mine is from the 50s, whereas I have a whole character analysis explaining that mine is a victim of abuse and Indo-Christian because there's mentally ill, unfit parents. They haven't gone back to me in 4 days, so I just left the Twitter too because I don't want to be there anymore, okay? Should I talk about this instead next time? Should I talk about Yumeverse? I'm looking for more stuff to like find to talk about. Hold on. Oh, I found something. Wait, chat, let me cook. I found something. Wait. Is this a Yumetown server I'm thinking of that tried to make me change my whole layout because it was offensive? My name is Lesbian Entertain. Lil dude, pulled you in a ticket because we're kindly asking to change your name to something else. Andrew has a lot of crimes and we really don't want his name around here. That also includes changing your profile picture too. Oh, okay. more. It's who says we don't know it. There was a concept of the old. They also were cons to the old owner of Human Twitter as well. Right, but nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. I might talk more about that, honestly. I just high key, I don't know. They might not want me to cover it, which is fine. It's a Yumi shipper. What? So glad I got declined. Planes. Ooh, okay. Okay. Alright, buddy. Size and disappointed, but not surprised. Writers these days are so shit. Why aren't you people on your grind anymore? During my years of moderation experience, I was often the only moderator awake in a server of over 2K people and handled the shit I saw easily on my own because I took it seriously. That says a lot, though. Especially if you are inexperienced. If you just take something seriously and are with precaution, you would handle the space so much more better. But nobody talks about that. Let me find more stuff. Human Twitter, Discord server muted people of color members for no reason, by the way. Can't care about the service horrid. OMG, they gotta shut this. They gotta shut the. Bleh, they gotta shut that shit down. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. They just shut it down. I have good news for you. Should I leave this Twitter community or I don't know, man. Considering doing that, they had a server. Are you serious? My Twitter cord is so weird. I'm saying this. We're shutting the server down. Delete that shit. They hate us. Hell no. Now I see why there's so many burn book accounts, bro. What the fuck? I also heard they ignored transphobia. They banned the ones who were being transphobic so they got late. Just ignore it. But didn't ignore it. Oh. And I love how Yumi community is pure chaos. I'm just wait from far watch. Real. Even Twitter raises allegations, stopping in a few seconds, and oh, another stupid decision sending Yumi Twitter back by 5 months. Crazy. Yumi Twitter's never been the racist allegations. Thank God I didn't join. The shit gets more awful. I've always thought it was a bad idea to even have a server. Glad these bitches just shut it down. What the fuck? Why am I not surprised? Reason why I barely use Discord. What the hell is going on right now? Days without racism in YouTube is equivalent to my bad albums Denzel Curry has. Okay, so I'm gonna join that place again. The racism in this subtweeter just goes insane. I never seen this bad in other communities. Can you just shut the fucking server down, dude? This is so insane. Check the logs, see what the mod is doing, then kick your ass. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Put a leash on that mod, though. That's what I'm saying. Let me look at more stuff. But it's good to know that everyone else shares the same opinion as me. I found this post as well. Person truly knowing I'm sorry. Why did this go up? I don't care if she's your just scroll. The posts are literally just like this about not harassing her. I just I don't like her. I hate this reaction so much. Finding people are talking about them low key, they've always annoyed me. I'm sorry, but the way they talk reminds me of those Roblox age players. Like, I'm not saying they are, I'm just saying that's how they look and talk. I've seen so many comments actually talking about this, about how they actually do kind of type like an age player. They seem nice. I look, you just don't get why people hate them. They're racist. Also, they just annoy me. Wait, oh, never mind. Ignore my quote retweet. Please provide cons before doing this soft TS shit. They're racist and they're just they're racist and they just ignore me. I can't lie. This was supposed to be saying in my interaction solo, but even Twitter's up my ass. When I say, who is it? Thank you. They blocked me. Basically, oomph. The way they type is so. That's my ex-advice to follow them before the Yume Discord controversy popped up, but after since they're not active, I personally agree. See, because of this shit, because of the way Snowy has handled all of their criticisms, they have people turn their backs against them now. That's what's crazy. I keep my mouth shut when I was oomph with them, but I remember them posting their voice as Soul Force. I know they're trying to be curious and to cross the line. Seventeen asks. 17 acts like a 10-year-old generation's coach. She's 17. Okay, I have not seen this before. I also really want you to look at the text over it. As much as I don't like Snowy, I don't think it's okay for these people to kind of make fun of the way she types. That's not okay at all. Don't do that. Just don't do that, please. Yeah, I admit like the very high social anxiety weird that weird thing that is weird, but I don't think we should be. They're probably an age regressor. We don't like. I'm pretty sure they age regress, and that's. I don't think we should be making fun of anyone who does age regress. Um, that's weird, and I don't. Like I don't know. It's just very ableist. That's just very weird. We don't do that. Especially people calling her like an age player. I don't think that's okay either. They literally might just have trauma, and that's probably why they just type the way they do. And it's not okay to shame them for that. Like, you can find them annoying. Think whatever you want, but don't make fun of them. That's really fucked up. Oh, the quotes sound like this. Don't play a racist. I fear there's bigger fish to fry again. Everyone should be nice. And that's not, and by me even saying that, that's not me defending. Even then, I am literally the minority that people are accusing them of being racist towards. I think I have every right. I have every right to say when something isn't okay. Even then, by saying that something isn't okay, like, that doesn't mean that you're defending anything. That just means you're shutting down the unnecessary hate, because the criticisms that people are throwing against Snowy are not necessary, nor does it really change the behavior of someone. Like, it makes things worse. If not, it kind of, this is not an issue. Like, nobody cares, and you're seriously making the whole post because you don't like their type and style. If anything, you're more annoying than them. Hey, what they do. They tweet, follow me. I think probably should. Right, yeah. I think publicly shaming people who you personally don't like for no good reason is arguably more annoying. Exactly. Right, but I don't think you're doing anything quite literally productive by just shaming the way someone types. You're not making anything better. You're literally not. You're not making anything better by shaming the way someone types. You're not making them any less racist, bro. Like, it's just not necessary. Like, okay, cool. If you want to bully them, like, nobody can stop you from doing that. But that doesn't mean it's encouragement. Obviously, I think Snowy made a big mistake, but I don't think it's necessary to be. It's not like the N-word kind of level of racist. It's just like, it's like negligence kind of. It's like negligence against the just in general. Like, that doesn't, like, obviously, you know, being negligence towards your like, towards your community's problems is bad, right? Obviously it is. But you're not making anything worse by also being racist, right? Not being racist. You're not making anything better than being, like, fully on ableist. You're not like anything, like, you're just as bad. You're not doing anything productive by also stooping down to Snowy's level. So I don't get the logic here. Being racist and being ableist are both bad. And they both contribute to a lot of problems in society. Again, that's not defending. I'm holding Snowy accountable, but like I said, I don't think it was Snowy at all. I don't. I just think they made a really stupid mistake, and they have to pay for that mistake. That's something that they have to pay for now. They have to But I'm not hating on this post itself. I'm just hating. I'm not even hating at all. I'm just like, I'm just saying, like, if you want to talk about how much you don't like Snowy, go ahead. Nobody's stopping you. But like, just don't shame the way they type. Like, that has nothing to do with like their actions or her actions. That has nothing to do with her actions. That has nothing to do with anything regarding the Yumetown server and or community. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't make anything better. Like, you're just contributing to the problem. And I don't think people realize that. They fail to see that. So yeah, you again, like, you have your own opinions, that's fine. But like, you know, I'm just saying some things are not necessary. That's all. What is this? Okay. Tea as shit, so buns. This was a really old post I liked. This was like, I don't know. I changed my mind about liking that tweet, but that was like a tweet I liked ago or weeks ago. Let me look at the quotes. That shows something. Apparently, they try to say the racism part had more words impact, but another moderator said we needed to explain impact more than race. Wait, where is this? Where is this said? Where did they say that? That's where was that ever said? And they turned around saying they never apologized nor found racism, meaning they just these bullshit red racism in the first place to shut the people of color who were complaining about it. I always struggled to understand what they were saying when I was into them. We're ignoring the obvious. This is insane. OMG. The what section? Wait, what? Right. Like, again, nobody's stopping you. Again, like I said, nobody's stopping you from, like, making fun of Snowy, but we're just saying it's not necessary. And take this from the black community. We're literally just saying, like, it's not, like, we're just saying that's not necessary. That's all. Like, do what you want. We can't really stop you, but like, you know, we can't really stop you. We really can't. But we're just saying that's not the right way to hold someone accountable for their actions, even if they were racist. Like, that's not how you get shit done. And I'm not saying everyone with like a weird quirk type. I mean, what? I mean, I'm not saying everyone who has like a quirky um who has like quirky typing or is like age regressing, but like just the way that Snowy types, it does feel like it's age regression trauma. And I'm not trying to assume anything, but like that would make a lot of sense considering the typing style and everything. So I'm just saying, like you're allowed, and also like you're allowed to dislike the typing style. That doesn't mean that you are necessarily ableist. Um, but mocking it is weird, and it can be perceived as ableist um if like maybe that like type of like typing style was connected to like age regression trauma. Is my mic on? If it wasn't, I would be crying. Okay, it's on. I'm just making sure. I don't know. I typed really loud. Who gives a fuck? Let me see this. Who who is that? I was in with them before, and oh god, the way I forced myself to endure their fake ass uwu voice and the every pony and the fuck ass edited uwu sprite. Also, I'm not calling. Yeah, again, if you like, if their typing style is connected to like age regression trauma, then I think it would be understandable to call you ableist because you're at that point you're being just as bad as Snowy. Like you're just as bad as Snowy if you're making fun of that. You can call it mean, you can call it rude, but you know, it's just unnecessary. Also, I think I realize this now. I think I accidentally liked this. I accidentally pressed like on this. Let me look for another tweet. Okay. I can't show the post because it's showing the clan. But they're basically saying that's how like the Yumetown Discord server is like. What Yumetown was happening? I thought Yumetown was about loving fictional characters, racism. I thought about people ignoring new members and getting mad over jokes. You're telling me there's racism? Yes. I gotta be careful going through these replies. Points labs as I called this shit happening miles away. Yume clan, I love this. This is hilarious. Like what is, what the fuck? Ours was the majority white community is racist. Exactly. Are we surprised? Are we really? Any context, why are they all racist in Yumetown? From what I know, they banned a lot of people of color when someone asked, like... I'm starting to think shipping culture is inherently racist. Exactly. That is crazy. By the way, yeah, I think I said I was going to find, like, posts. What was I gonna find? I think I said I was gonna make, like, a, I think I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna make a video talking about Yumetown. I mean, not Yumetown, but Yume Twitter. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. I'm letting you guys know. I found this post. I don't know, I'm still finding, like... I'm still trying to find, like... They're saying there's a lot of proof in context, but I searched it up, I didn't find anything. I guess maybe there's, like, certain key phrases I have to find, but, like... A lot of them are very vague. So... I don't know. I found this. Is Empire Group that serious for it to be this long? This is such a non-issue. I think this is a really stupid argument. I think people are allowed to be uncomfortable. Especially if it's about, especially if like trans men are allowed to be uncomfortable. Like they're allowed to be like a bit uncomfortable. They're allowed to feel like whatever they want. I don't think we should be invalidating that. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm stealing this. I'm stealing this. The banning of MPreg. The banning of MPreg. This viewing shipping shit gets serious. I'm crying. There are tears in my eye. There are tears in my eyes at this. Hello, there are instances of getting harassed dogs over Yumi doubles. You have bigger fish to fry. Then I have to explain full detail now because people have been calling them racist, homophobic, ableist, etc. for nothing. No. Have you read the document? Have you seen like the evidence? Have you seen the screenshots? I mean, I do think it was highly unnecessary for like, what is that? I do think it was highly unnecessary for what was I gonna say? Never mind. Ignore that. I was gonna say something, but my brain got fried. Let me look at something. I'm making a new thumbnail after this stream, by the way, just for something. I know damn well the mod team is gonna end up digging the grave deeper by either Zokanizing slash tokenizing, my fault, slash being weird to people of color in a server, or picking someone who's lying about their race to be mod, and it's gonna be entertaining slash nag as fuck. The MPEG session is funny as fuck too. No, Yumetown picking a random person of color to serve as moderator isn't absolutely racist behavior. Exactly. I agree. I agree with this. I agree. No, it's not. Maybe this is not the right way to say this, LMAO. Some trans men slash trans mask people are uncomfortable about it because of the genuine fetishizing of trans people involving pregnancy. I'm not defining Yumetown's racism, but people are screaming MPEG in which they garner a reaction, shock, etc. Then Yumetown has full rights to ban it. Multiple servers have banned the MPEG emoji or jokes because it's really spammed for reactions like shock or uncomfiness. It's not new. It's unfortunate that it gets fetishized, but its nature, it's not. Same with almost everything else over. Context is what matters to a situation like this. They literally said outright that people only use the emoji to garner shock slash reaction. To garner shock slash negative reactions. Basically a form of rage bait. Right. Right. I would understand this point to a degree, but people have a right to be. Hold on. I understand this point to a degree, right? Okay. I think you I don't think you understand how transphobia works. Because it's yeah. Because if you're going to say that people who were like you don't know who the members were though. If there were members who I'm not I can't- if there were members who were like not trans men and who actually just generally didn't like trans men in general, then I could agree with this, right? But I am also trans and I don't agree with this at all because I'm like it's how do I explain this? I think it's not just because people think that mpreg is like to sexualize trans men or anything like that. I think it goes much farther than that because um I think, right, the topic of like trans men being pregnant is generally frowned upon society, and they can be invalidated very quickly. And I think it might feel a bit dehumanizing for a trans man to see like the mpreg emoji being like abused for shock value and humor, because in that way it is making fun of it is invalidating trans men issues and transgender issues in general, because they're seeing a real problem being used for shock value and humor. Does that make sense? So I think people have every right to be uncomfortable with a emoji being constantly spammed. Because if this was an emoji sent once or twice, I don't think anyone would have a problem with it. But if it's being constantly spammed for shock value, for shock humor, then I do think people in that right are allowed to be uncomfortable. And also there's just a lot of trans men in general who are very uncomfortable with how do I say this? Very, very uncomfortable with their biological body and the way it functions. So they can be uncomfortable with pregnancy or anything kind of just like related to that. So I'm not trying to say like why they become trans men, but I'm just explaining like how that might be it, because we just saw like we saw this, right? We saw as a trans person being genuinely uncomfortable, being genuine asking, but how is it uncomfortable when around being uncomfortable and mpreg transphobic? I'm trans and uncomfortable with mpreg and pregnancy in general. Like that further escalates my point, right? Same as this. What does this say? Yeah, this one too. Now, pregnancy is extremely bloody and can dysphoric in the case of trans men, and genuinely something that people fear slash are repulsed by, regardless if it's natural or not, because it deeply challenges their body and is painful despite modern medicine. But personal comfort is always one's own responsibility, not to be imposed on the general public. Like, what are you gonna do? Gag when you see someone pregnant? But yeah, I get your point. Pregnancy can be genuinely terrifying. Traumatic. Yeah, I agree with this person. That does escalate my point as well. That adds on to my point as well. Yes, it's definitely more what I meant. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to come across rude. Explain violence. Wanted to emphasize how downplaying how underplayed it is, the effects of male pregnancy physically and psychologically. So it is a valid fear slash disgust to have. This is, yeah. But yeah. Uh yeah. I'm looking for more. I keep seeing a bunch of people talk about the majority of the racist issues in human Twitter, including in the server as well. And I might like use those tweets as an example for my thumbnail. I need the mods of Yumetown to understand that you don't explicitly have to say I'm racist or be a stereotypical hateful person to do racist things, but even by accident. Everyone has internal biases, even if you are not a person of color, that need to be deconstructed. Owning up to these mistakes is a way to only move forward, and by avoiding accountability, you only alienate members of your community, a community that already has a huge problem with racism and anti-blackness. Exactly. Bro, if people of color are telling you to do something, if people of color are telling you you're doing something is racist, listen to them. We're not racist people. That's not for you to say. Ask what you did, fix it, apply for it later, and take accountability. Exactly. Exactly. Say it loud from the back, bro. Say it louder in the back. Ugh. Dude, the side of my ear hurts so badly. I think a lot of people struggle with accountability because they think that means they should allow to be put down or disregarded. I'm someone who's done bad things. So I know how mindset of a bad person works. That's the issue with people who believe in prejudice. That, and it's also impossible to overcome depending on the person, sadly. Right, but does it have to be like that with the whole moderation team? That's simply just excusing racism and bad behavior. Also, if they've already said, like, hey, yeah, like, if they already came to the conclusion that what they did was bad, why should their actions need to be excused? Why should it have to be excused? That makes no sense. Right, I'm looking at something. Okay, anyway, so yeah, I just think that I don't know why you're trying to excuse and defend this behavior. They think that means they should allow it to be put down. Even if you know at firsthand experience what a bad person does know, or would do, you aren't that person. And even then, if you do understand the mindset of one, or you study psychology or whatever, you don't have the right to defend and excuse behavior like that. You don't. And it's really weird that that's what you're doing right now. You know, I don't support or condone any threats sent towards Snowy's way or anything like that. That's bad. Don't do that, of course. Honestly, at that point, you're just as bad as Snowy. You're worse than Snowy. There's no point in doing all of that when you're making the whole situation worse and you're contributing to the problem. I just don't understand the logic there. This applies to literally everything and everyone, by the way. I remember hearing from a video, white people only know two races, white and political. And you can send this to cis/male/whatever, etc. Huh. I like that. I like that argument a lot. That's actually that's a good thing to bring up, because it's true. Saying I'm not racist, etc. isn't the accountability these people may believe it is. I completely understand. I generally do feel bad, but I don't know where a lot of these claims are coming from. None of the mods banned anyone because of their race. It was done because if they broke the rules or needed to be banned. But I really would like to have a conversation. I really don't understand this kind of mods. Being racist wasn't the server good. They're such a coward. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna look for another tweet. In conclusion, Yumetown's Discord server is incredibly racist and transphobic, plus things and preg is more important than addressing that. Block me if you support them. Yeah. Okay, so Hispanics and Latinos can be racist. Racism was targeted towards Hispanics and Latinos too, so they're just into friendly fire or something. Well, do they mean the racist claims were targeted towards the Hispanics and Latinos? Mention of staff also being people of color, because people kept on spreading around that all of us were white, and then proceeded to give the reasons why those specific reasons were either banned or muted, which were understandable reasons. The ban wasn't an understandable reason, and the doc says it wasn't. It's honestly just weird that someone who raised concern was banned for something unrelated, and an unrelated thing is not mentioned. I meant the 17 different bans. That ban was a mistake, and we unbanned them soon after realizing. I don't really understand how it would be extremely unreasonable. How it would be extremely reasonable. Generally, because all 17 bans were people of color, that's very odd. Where did you hear that from? People are speaking about how they were banned such music for simply making a joke about their race, and most of the music / bands were racially motivated. I'm sure they're very easy to find. I have some of my retweets. Not all racially motivated. We explained each and every reason to bans and mutes. We don't search specifically for people's race and then ban them. I didn't say you did. I'm saying that's suspicious. The doc originally had one paragraph for how racially motivated it was, and it changed. Okay. Let me look at it. Let me find it. I gotta scroll all the way down. Wait. June 20th. Okay, I see some now. We're living in some bizarre alternate universe. Why is racism section in one paragraph basically practicing nothing but corporate speech? I think I've seen this before. I haven't really thoroughly looked into it. When MPREG is more of a serious issue to you than racism, then that's what you would have to both bundle and deactivate what? It's actually wild how the MPREG section is longer than the racism section, and I don't care about their excuse for it. Like, you would think they'd shorten the MPREG section to MPREG could be interpreted as an SOW with spanned against our rules, and then they would put every receipt to really find racism the right round. It's also the fact that racism section is like 40% filler repetition, like I did math. 39 of those words were pure waffle. This is how big it is without any waffle. This shit dire. That's crazy. They added the racism proportion to make it longer and added extra racist words and it looks longer. I'm sick. I mean, sure did. There's a lot of repetition. I get the extra small spaces not counting because that was a whole way through, and I'm assuming one of y'all has eyesight issues or something, but there's no excuse for repeating three chunky sentences all on the same topic of racism equals bad. Never edited it, and double space in a comment actually, and we explain how we quite literally are not racist. I understand though double spaces and accepted them, I actively defended them. It's not the content itself, it's the amount of both relevant content in relation to the 5 MPEG paragraphs. That is actually crazy. That's wild. If that allegation is true, that's crazy. And then how most of the arguments being racist was, some of the mods are Black or Asian. They didn't say that. Yet they go full CSI murder case about the MPEG emoji. It's just saying, we're not racist because we have Hispanic and Asian staff, while not having any Black staff, focusing more on the MPEG section than racism held. MPEG such an issue. Oh my god, I'm crying. The jokes certainly with themselves. It's really funny. I'm sorry. There's no absolute way this is a natural response between because the absolute absurdity at all. If you have a concern about members or staff being racist and not being dealt with, you should share it. The section's probably shorter because if they didn't know what to after situations where they had to address it, if I'm not what? Then don't address it at all if you're gonna make a shorter response talking about it. And also, if you have so much shit to say about the MPEG emoji, why would you have so much less to say about the racism? I know they explained themselves in the second document, which makes a lot more sense now looking back on it. So I'm not really gonna talk about that any further. But, you know, that doesn't excuse anything, nor does that justify anything. That's really weird. It's a weird-ass argument. Using an excuse, but we have Asian and Latino mods to somehow soften the blow that there was rampant racism within the server is incredibly disheartening. It feels like you're just using their ethnicities as brownie points instead of handling the racism better. We didn't mean that way so we weren't racist. We said in a way, yeah, honestly, I agree with this because you can't, even if they were to say, right, that they were trying to make the claim that, you know, they can't be racist because they, no, I mean, even if they were trying to make the claim that, that they were trying to defend themselves, or no, if they were trying to use the claim that, you know, everyone was just assuming that they were white or something, even then, it could have had better wording. I think they know what they were doing. It's not that hard to structure your wording, dude. They knew what they were doing. It's complete bullshit, honestly. It's complete bullshit. It's literally just bullshit. It's bullshit, I'm sorry. We didn't mean it that way to say we weren't racist. We said it in a way to debunk the lies that were being spread that we were white. The racism debunk is more into doc. That still doesn't excuse the fact that a lot of racism was spread into the server and was primarily anti-black. It's incredibly irresponsible and inappropriate to try to use ethnicity in such a way feels like you're using excuses. Exactly. Even then, that's like saying that you have like Hispanics and Latinos and Asians in your moderation team is and you're saying that as an excuse as to how you're not racist is equivalent to saying, oh yeah, well my neighbor is black, so I can say the N-word. I'm not racist. Like, come on now. My fourth generational distant cousin is black, so I'm not racist. Like, okay. I'm still not over how you guys banned my buddy over false allegations that were impossible to prove without talking first, lol. It seems like impulsive banning is a pattern to you guys, and respectfully the mod team needs to be better. Yeah, the document sucks in general. Well, this section is particularly stupid for several reasons. Hispanic is not a synonym for Latino. They have both definitions, and grouping them together indicates to me that you don't even know what you're talking about. And two, being person of color does not mean you can't be racist. I was gonna say this, and I got scared, not all Hispanics are Latino, and not all Latinos are Hispanics. Exactly, dude. Like, I just feel like them grouping those two together instead of saying like, yeah, I just feel like them grouping those two together was like very insensitive. It was so insensitive. I'm not even joking. That's like the most insensitive bullshit I've ever seen all day. Let me look for more tweets. Also, I want to say something too. I think Yume Twitter has been dying because of the situation. Because so many people from Yume Twitter, in the community joined the server, and a lot of them left, which is understandable. Like, who wouldn't leave? But like, it's just, I just don't understand, right? Just like, why? That's my question. Just why? You know? Like, a lot of people who left this Discord server must have also left the community as well and just changed sub Twitters and everything. Like, they had to move on because if Yumi Twitter's dying and the most largest Discord server also died, then I think that says enough. I think that means that, like, the server must have carried thousands of, like, people, thousands of Yumi shippers. Yumi shippers. Probably not exactly. The community got a popularity surge. AFAIK. I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know how to pronounce that. Or I don't know what that means either. And people are probably shying away due to drama slash lack of involvement, which is why it's getting quieter. Also, your algorithm is probably screwing you, LMAO. I wonder this is like generally just a little fun trend for some people. I was primarily on Discord Fellowship Spaces starting 2022, but servers are popping up less and a lot of people have poofed. I've been SS since 20, but joined you with Twitter in late Feb, so probably. In early Feb, so probably. This is good and a bad thing because some bitches are weird and sub Twitter. I've been getting like 0 human posts on my timeline. I wouldn't say so. People are still uploading art of their human ships and such. I'm seeing people interact with each other. Even then, you know, I hope so. Please let's happen. More for me. Crazy. Thank God. I think people are leaving due to toxicity. Toxicity. It's dead. I also abandoned my old Yume account. Everyone is stopping Yuming and or shifting to Insta. Oh. It's only Yume Twitter I've been seeing is all my which is why that truly matters, but not so huge sub Twitter. Tweets related to Yume shipping get thousands of likes. I'm not in it, but it's on my feed a lot. I think as an observer who has seen both the good sides and bad sides of it was the usual trend hoppers. You didn't see all that drama until it had a big boom in the community, so then moving on is good. Yume shipping went through a massive spike of popularity at the start of this month, so I think that people joined it because it was getting popular and because it was popular or leaving as it dies down. Some people only see self-shipping as the newest trend of fear, making the real ones look bad. Good riddance, I fear. Good, thank God. We Yume Twitter residents will still buy enjoyments and other trends. What? Retweet to kill it faster. Crazy. Crazy. Hallelujah. The devil's feet. That's crazy. Bless. Retweet to make it die faster. About time. Thank God. Even Twitter itself has been dead. That doesn't stop me from self-shipping. This is crazy. I'm looking for more posts. My little baby boy, na 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 na. Little baby boy, my boy, my daughter, my little baby boy, my little baby boy, my boy, my boy. I've also seen people say, like, make a person of color Yumetown and queer Yume servers, and I agree. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bum is shaped like a deer. DUI. I'll go 100 miles an hour. Little do you know I'm filled up on gas. Wait. Okay, I've seen that. Wait. New post. I think this is. one of the most posts I can find talking about this. Oh, that Yumetown doc just pissed me off. Why is the impreg section a whole page while the rest of the one paragraph I'm crying? Oh, my back. Alright, I think there's like a few more posts I gotta go over, but I think after that, I gotta end the stream. Talking to them about it, and they did, I said, debunk the racism theory. Like, what? Like, I feel basically showing your ban locks is not debunking racism theory or talking about racism. Racism theory? Oh, don't even. Right. Also, even then, you do not get to decide what isn't racist. That's up to the people. You haven't debunked shit, especially if a lot of people of color are coming to you and saying, hey, that was still racist. That was still racist. Like, what you did was still bad. These are crazy replies. I was tweaking, bro. Find more. Okay. I found like one more post. Hold on. And then I think after I'm done with this post, I'm gonna end the space. I mean, not space. Sorry, I'm at stream. Okay, so you guys remember how I was talking about the how I saw that there was like more posts or screenshots talking about the transphobic incident in the town, the Yumetown. I'm gonna go over it on space right now. And I'll definitely, and if I change my mind, I'll let you guys know. How do I set this down? Wait. Alright, so we saw this, right? These were, so that one, this, and the other ones were only shown in the document, except for these other screenshots that Snowy had purposefully left out that I do think is extremely weird. And I have to talk about it because, I felt like something was off, and I feel like Snowy only purposefully didn't show that because she just wanted to get rid of the claim of there being transphobia and trans misogyny or whatever in that server just to prove a point and save face, which I think is weird. Also, if this is true, I'm pretty sure there are certain things used. I'm pretty sure, depending on context, it can be used to refer to males, but that doesn't mean the term itself is a male term. It literally just depends on the context. I've seen women being called lords. I don't think it's, I don't, like, come on now. And again, this is kind of how this escalated, right? Because someone said, I don't know if you're being serious. And then this person, she got mad, she got mad when they were confused as to whatever reason there may have been, for them, because I saw her and she was like calling how do I word this? She was kind of taking this too far. Like, she called it transphobia. And then she got mad and more, like, aggressive when this other person was asking how. And I really feel like she's only, I don't like how she's only, again, this isn't me defending or anything, but it's just strange to me how she's only showing screenshots of her replies. You know? So it's like, I don't get the logic. It's just a bit odd to me, that's all. Like, if you're gonna claim that something's transphobic, please at least like don't show like one, don't show screenshots of like very limited replies. At least show screenshots of the entire thing, not just you cropping everything else out. Because that is a bit strange. Okay, so it goes for calling out transphobia. I don't know what this is in reference to, though. Like, can someone actually please help me what this is in reference to? What does that mean? Genuinely. What does that actually mean? What does this mean? I didn't see anyone in the quote retweets correct this or anything. I just think that's so strange. I'm so confused. Like, again, I'm not defending anything that, like, I'm not defending the reactions of these people did. I do think that was wrong of them to do. But a lot of people are like, they're saying that this person's being overly dramatic. And this person keeps claiming that it's transphobic without showing any reason as to how. And I do think that's a problem. This is the definition of transphobia. This is what transphobia means. It's hatred towards transgender individuals. We have seen screenshots of these people correcting themselves and then getting confused as to why they're being called transphobic. That's literally it. They're confused as to why they're being called transphobic, and that's apparently the reason as to how they're being transphobic, which doesn't make any sense. They corrected themselves. Towards this person. So that doesn't mean that they're not respecting her identity, because if that was the case, they wouldn't correct themselves. They wouldn't have corrected themselves. And again, like I said, it's everyone's gonna check profiles, and even then, that's not really an excuse to misgender someone. If you don't know someone's pronouns, you refer to them by they, or gender neutral terms. But the thing is, again, like I'll say it again, they were referencing a meme. They were literally referencing a meme. So I'm really confused as to where the term transphobia comes in. I could see maybe disrespectful. I could probably see that, but that's not equivalent to transphobia. And I feel like the word transphobia gets played around so easily. It's just it gets like flushed down the toilet. It gets downplayed a lot. I feel like we should know what the word transphobia means if we're going to say it. Because there's a difference between transphobia and being a bit insensitive. They were being a bit insensitive and kind of disrespectful towards her. But that doesn't mean that they were being transphobic. Their responses were insensitive. But that's not transphobic. They did correct themselves. They did respect her identity. They were just really confused as to how them making reference was in any sort of way, shape, or form transphobic. Their afterness too was also a bit disrespectful. I do agree. And nobody's defending that. I'm just confused as to how the word transphobic comes into place. Usage examples. They didn't right. So if this is what transphobia means, that doesn't mean yeah, I'm just confused. This is what transphobia means. This is an example of transphobia. They didn't say that she sounds like a man or that she looks like a boy. They didn't say that. They made a reference to a meme. Whoops. Where is it? They literally this is the reference. They like and the original reference has nothing to do with trans people. Again, you guys underestimate the word transphobia a lot. You have no idea what that word means, nor do you understand how powerful it could do. Right. Wait, my fault. I'm trying to make this bigger, but it's... Bro. By the way, I'm not using AI. This just comes automatically. It's really annoying. Alright, transphobia examples. Transphobia is the fear, hatred, discomfort with, or dislike of transgender people, and manifests in various forms, including discrimination, harassment, and violence. Examples including intentionally using the wrong pronouns or name, the naming, making derogatory jokes or comments about what someone's gender identity, questioning or invalidating a transgender person's identity, and refusing to acknowledge a transgender person's identity. We've seen how that wasn't even the case. We've seen how that literally wasn't even the case. They respected her identity, they corrected themselves. What else? They didn't intentionally with malicious intent, or purposefully use any term to be offensive on purpose. They were referencing a meme. And they weren't trying to be invalidating. It was nothing like this. Maybe they invalidated like her feelings, and that sucks. They invalidated her feelings by like their responses. Nobody's defending that. But I don't know what you want me to say. Wait. Hold on, let me see something. Okay, back. Trans misogyny is specific hatred, prejudice, and discrimination directed toward trans women and trans feminine people, stemming from the intersection of transphobia and misogyny. It's a form of repression that targets feminine gender expression and perceived femininity, often leading to the yeah. Alright, generally examples then. Damn. Can these things go away? Oh my gosh, okay. Hold on. Because it's really hard to read this way. It's really annoying. Hold on. Okay, I think I got rid of it. What is trans misogyny? Transphobia and discrimination and oppression of trans people's gender expression. So the reference wasn't even like towards that person because of her identity. It was to a reference of a meme. Trans woman wearing a dress or makeup may be ridiculed on the street by an onlooker. They misgender her or dename her, as well as comment negatively on her feminine-looking clothing or makeup. About that. Okay. In a movie, jokes may be made to disparage a trans woman's desire to be feminine. This does not respect a trans woman's gender identity, transphobia, and portrays femininity as undesirable, misogyny. But they didn't make the joke reference as to oppose, or they didn't make the joke reference for the sake to portray that person's femininity as undesirable. It was a reference to something. I don't think we should be normalized calling something transphobic if it was something without malicious intent. And it was someone refusing to be respectful, actually. I'm so confused. I'm not even trying to I'm not reading all this to invalidate anyone. I am literally searching up resources to figure out how that was transphobic or transmisogynic in any sort of capacity. I am literally looking up, down, right, up, corner. There are different terms to use, but not everything is going to mean that something is going to be they corrected themselves though. And yeah, their responses back were very disrespectful, but it wasn't disrespectful towards their identity. They were just right. If that were the case, then I would have understood. But they corrected themselves, and they were confused because clearly that person didn't know what the reference to the meme was. And if you don't know that and if you didn't know that it was a reference to a meme, then I would see how it would be a bit transphobic to a naked eye. But if you just search it up, if you search up that comment, it's a very popular meme. It's a very popular meme phrase. They didn't make the reference meme because of her gender identity. It was literally just a reference meme. And I can't even explain the context as to why, because they the OP maliciously cropped out the contexts and the screenshots and conversation, so we don't even know why that was. And it felt more like it felt more like she was trying to frame the situation as something that it wasn't, and refused to accept either side, and just labeled it as what it was, as what she thinks it is, but it's not, and she's wrong. It's misogyny is prejudice towards women. We don't know if that person is, if that person that they replied to is also a woman. We don't have any information on this person other than just like a hearsay and cropped screenshots only showing one or two conversations. Like that's pretty malicious. That's pretty malicious. That's pretty weird. That's pretty strange. And I think that's it though. Honestly, I can't find anything else other than that. That's like the last thing I found. That was like the only thing I could find. But real shit. And by me saying all of this, I want to clarify that's not me trying to defend any any of the things that like were being said. That's just me kind of like being confused on the situation. This is me like reading the situation from like this is just me explaining my side as this is me explaining from like an autistic transgender person's perspective because I am one. I am autistic and trans. I'm explaining this from an autistic standpoint as well as my own personal gender identity. And I in no shape, way, or form I'm not seeing how that was trans misogyny. And mind you, I don't even think the original meme had like a female version where they said like where they said what was it? Where they said what was I saying? Hold on, let me be right back. Wait. Okay, sorry, back. Yeah, so I don't think the female version of the meme had said anything. Like, I don't think there is a female version that's exactly like the reference meme. I have never heard of the female version. I don't think there is one. If there is, it's very unwidely globally known for, so you can't really blame anyone for not knowing. Even then, even then, bro, it's a meme. It's a meme. That person, as far as I know, that, and I'm just assuming based on what I see on the screenshots, that person did not make that joke with a malicious intention, nor did they make that joke because of that person's gender identity. And nobody's talking about how it's, nobody in the comments or anything are talking about how it's a reference. Like, I don't understand. Nobody is. Like, that's so bothersome. You know, I just don't get it, but I don't know. If the person had just told OP that it was a reference to a meme, then I would have like relaxed a lot better. But they didn't tell them, which is probably what caused this to escalate. You know what I mean? But clearly OP doesn't know that it's a reference to a meme, which is why that situation escalated like way further than it had to be. And then on top of that, to say the server sucks when, as far as I'm aware, you had the mods banning that person immediately. So, like, what is it? Does the server suck? Or, like, what? Does the server suck? Or is it, like, the people there? Because it's not very fair for you to say that it sucks when you had mods reaching out to you. Or mods reaching out to help you. And I'm not blaming OP either. I think I would have made a post about it too if I was upset. But I wouldn't call it transphobic, and I would have asked them if they were talking about like a reference meme or something, or like a meme or something. But I do think the way the screenshots were cropped were kind of hiding something, so we don't even know what there was to be hid, and I don't think that's very fair. Especially if you're gonna put it on label like if you're gonna put on a label like transphobia. But yeah, again, I'm not trying to speak for anyone's issues. I'm just saying, like, I'm just voicing my opinion as another transgender person. Like, trans person, I don't see how that is in any equated way transphobia. Also, even then, transphobia has intention. It's always rooted within intention. It's always rooted in intention. Someone can misgender you, and it like some like for example, someone could misgender me, right? And it would be wrong. But that doesn't mean that every time someone misgenders you, it's rooted within transphobia. Sometimes it could be a mistake, sometimes it could be an accident. And I mean mistake as in, like, not knowing. Not knowing is not the same thing as assuming, though. That's not what it is. You know? And also all these other reasons. Like, the possibilities are endless. But misgendering it's not always transphobic. Which is why intent matters. Intention always matters. So, like, whatever. But I'm just saying, I don't think it was very fair for OP to say that that was transphobic. And then not, you know what I mean? But I understand being upset and stuff. Like, I get that. I do. But not the same thing, man. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm gonna end the stream. Bye. Wait.